Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. It's been a little while, but last we left off, our party of adventurers was seeking out a little bit of a ruined in a canyon up the mountains a little bit from a little ways from the city of Tri-Point. Tri-Point being a sort of smaller town in the Argyll, in our kingdom of Argyll. And upon looking at a job board, our 7 companions decided to make the trek up the sort of treacherous canyon into the mouth of it, and we're looking to slay a few griffins. They managed to find a pair, but upon Kinwin trying to sneak up and nearly getting eaten by one of them himself as a rodent, the rest of the party rushed in to his aid, and upon a bit of a fight, the 7 of them were able to slay one, while the second was too far out of range and couldn't be brought down. But they were able to successfully collect the portions of the animal which were to be evidence for the benefactor to indicate that they have in fact felled one of these beasts. And upon further exploration, found that they were in the midst of a ruined sort of temple city, a small, mostly collapsed section of the mountain that had been built and carved into to house, it would seem, monks. And upon finding some of the monk vestiges and a tapestry and some rather interesting gear amongst them, the party has made rest. And thus, when they wake up in a new morning, still in kind of this ruined kind of temple city, they do wake to the sound of some squawking, but it's distant. The day is bright, but down this canyon it is still very dark due to the very long shadows that are present. And so our party is looking to make their way back to Tri-Point very soon, but what do you intend to do first?
Are we all, are we done? Are we done here? Are we going to do any more, exploring of this place? As Shay kind of unpacks herself and comes out for the morning.
Rune is there. He has been spending a good portion of the evening analyzing some of the treasures. And hands, I believe, the collapsible bow back to Vanya. After he writes down a bit in his journal, as he does, and turns to Shay at that point. I believe I've conducted all the research necessary on this location. I'm content returning back to town when I'm receiving the rewards from our benefactor.
Sounds well and good. Then, We just have the one. How much was that going to be again?
100 gold
Oh,
for all of the claws of this griffin. Um, I don't believe there were any rooms that we didn't investigate so far.
Right.
And as
Anything that was accessible, you had, you had thoroughly explored, and I had given you the list of all of the treasure that you found. A lot of it in copper.
as Lagan says this, he takes the bracers off and gives them to Vanya. I believe these would go better with you and the bow. These are bracers of archery.
Oh, well, thank you. They'd certainly come in handy. And she's going
They
to take the
probably
time
look
to.
better on you two.
And she's going to take the time to put them on and figure out how to, properly uncollapse and collapse the new bow.
Hmm. The appearance of the new bow is it looks like an ordinary longbow for the most part. But you do see that there are some mechanical hinges on it that make it very easy to stow away, but also lock into place very sturdily when necessary in its full form. The as a result, when it all locks into place, it makes the string of the bow very taut and is it seems actually like it's a very steady in weight. It's it almost seems too light for a wooden bow of its size. It's it's a little bit longer than your traditional longbow in that it is very much kind of about a foot and a half shorter than you are, but that's pretty long compared to some of the others in your party. And so when when looking at it, it's beautifully made when you inspect it, and it's definitely finely crafted. You get the sense that it's also been sort of that those locking mechanisms have also been sort of magically reinforced in a way. Not that it gives off, any particular aura when it comes to those who have identified anything. It's just a sort of reinforcement of the structure of the bow to give it that much more versatility and usability. And so that's that is what the bow looks like, and the bracers they have a bit of a Moradin theme to them, where you see the imprinted into the leather is the symbol of the soul forger, the the hammer and anvil that typically signifies his realms of kind of a broad domain, and a lot of the other intricate design kind of stamped into the leather is very kind of squarish, almost dwarven in nature, but not quite. It has sort of a sort of a utility to the designs more than anything else. And so that's what those look like.
Interesting. She's definitely, after she gets the bracers on, she's definitely, in her own amusement, going to be comparing the size of the new bow to her old one. Just, that's longer. Just like I said, in her own amusement, she's
not
going to be
all
comparing.
created equal.
Oh, I'm just wondering how this thing shoots now, considering
Well, why don't you give it a try?
the idea. And I have enough arrows. I don't feel bad about using one, so
Yeah, and during breakfast and everything, you've had plenty of time to attune to the bracers too, so uh, you can make an attack roll at something with your new modifiers.
She's just gonna
I
shoot at a wall.
I was gonna say, Darius like grabs an apple, looks at you, goes to
Are you willing to try that?
sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, then I'll set an AC for that. Darius, what's your AC?
Mine I believe is 14.
Okay. Then I'm
Yeah.
going to say to hit the actual apple is going to be an AC 18. Otherwise, you'll be hitting Darius.
Are you sure you want me to try this now?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to encourage Vanya to hit the apple. I'll just be like, you see, you got this. You don't want to hit his, his horns or hook anything. And I'd like to use my bonus action to give her help on as long as
A
she's
help roll?
30
Yes.
feet away from the apple.
Lagan is going to give her guidance.
Oh my goodness, even with the new bow, it seems like nobody is actually very trusting of Anya.
Oh, I'm very trusting. I just don't want,
We just
no,
don't want
no
her to
arrows
friend.
through eyes. No oopsies.
No,
I don't want
oopsies.
to have to heal the hole in Darius's head if she misses.
Alright,
Well,
so
and
what,
I
what
mean,
all am
maybe
I
it's more
adding to
like
this
Darius
now?
might be twitchy. Who knows?
Okay.
You get a D4 from me.
So
You get advantage from me.
yes,
Okay.
because Shay is kind of helping you line up the shot. And the shot is probably going to be a good distance, a little bit of a good distance away, like probably 30 to 40 feet.
I can just
Just to give you a
spirit.
good.
Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I can just see like both Vanya and like Shay and like Gon hovering over Vanya, where they're like, "Okay, so you're gonna want to," and she's just like, I know, shut up, I know."
Yes, there we go.
All right.
No one wants to hurt a friend. Alright,
So add it-
let's see.
So add advantage, your new attack modifier, and you're looking for an AC 18, and then you also get to roll a D4 for guidance.
I take the choker and I move it from my neck up over my eyes.
See, even
Okay,
he's
so
worried.
good news. With just my base modifier, that's 18
Okay.
at advantage.
Very
So-
good. Very good. And you pull back on the string on the bow. It almost feels like some of the tension that you would normally feel is a little bit relieved, and so you have to kind of adjust your thoughts, in how it is that you're going to be aiming the bow. But you steady yourself with the aid of Shay, and when you let loose the arrow, it soars quickly, and Darius, you feel that upon striking the apple, a little bit of apple juice just squirts onto your head as it flies away and pings onto the back of the wall behind you, and the arrow seems to pierce through the fruit and dig deep into the wall.
And she's just gonna let out a. She's just gonna let out a whistle like. Holy hell!
Shot.
I pull the
Yeah.
choker, put it back where it's supposed to, turn around and grab the arrow and the apple and just like try and pull it out of the wall, and then eat the apple and go give her arrow back.
You might want to keep that arrow as a good luck charm.
Sure, I'll stick it in my quiver.
If you don't use that D4 from the guidance soon, it goes away. You've got like a minute, I think.
I don't think we're gonna need it.
Yeah,
To be honest.
she had an 18 plus, and then your normal attack modifier right now is plus Dex plus proficiency, and so you'd with this bow and the bracers, you would be at an additional +2. So
Yeah.
so you'd be at a 20 if your normal attack roll would have been an 18.
Yeah. It would have been.
All right, for good to know. But that's it got pretty close to taking a little bit of your hair with it there, Darius, but you didn't flinch. You are a man who is now slightly drenched in his hair with a bit of apple juice. But if there's nothing else that you're going to be doing, then you can make your way from little this little temple to back to Triport.
I would like to forage for some healing potion herb.
Sorry, what was that?
I would like to forage for some healing potion herbs.
Okay. Then go ahead and make me a survival check.
Can I assist in that?
You can aid, yeah.
Okay.
What's that give me?
Advantage?
Advantage.
Yep. Advantage.
It'll be a 17 plus 4.
Very nice, very nice. So you're able to collect on your way back a sufficient amount of herbs and other such things on your way back down the mountain, sufficient enough to brew one potion when you have time to brew it. You now have the collected amounts for one potion in total,
Sweet.
which you can brew for your own use or brew for sale. That is your choice at the time you decide to do it. But the trek does take a little while, so I don't remember if it was 2 days or 3 days that you guys were going up the canyon. But it is, since it is going downhill, it is a little bit faster of a trek from this mountain canyon down back to the city. And since you got lost the one time, I'm not going to make you get lost the second time by rolling. It's pretty easy to see down the mountain or down the hills to a proper location where the trees start to end, and the kind of grasslands of the Triport, the nearby portions of the city of Triport are. And so coming back down, it does take about another day and a half. You're able to get back to the city at about midday of after climbing down the mountains. So if you would like to, you do get another long rest if you'd like to change any spells or anything. But
Hey, River, are we still are we still sharing the tent?
You
I think you're
muted.
muted.
Sorry. No, he would have been comfortable not using the tent after a few days from the other city.
away from Red Hawk, yeah.
Yeah, Red Hawk keep.
Okie doke. Just curious.
Yep.
Well, yeah, you make your way back to the small city of Triport. The center of the city is bustling with market people looking to sell their wares. fruits, vegetables, uh, butchered meats, uh, and and the like. Um, and I did remember that the griffin you were able to successfully butcher can win for 10 rations worth of food. Um, it is in raw form, so you would still have to. Um, so over the course of this time, you would have still had to prepare it if you were looking to like turn it into actual rations or jerky, um, or things of that sort. So you're probably about another day before it spoils.
So, is it something I would be doing on my downtime?
A lot of walking is happening during this, so you're there isn't a whole lot of
Okay.
downtime, but in the travel itself,
We could have just cooked it up.
right? Yeah, you could have just cooked it up, but if you wanted to turn it into longer form rations, it would need like proper jerkying, and
Sm-
cooked food will
smoke,
last a little bit longer.
Smoking it will preserve it longer than
You
Hmm.
said it's
just
how
cooking.
long before it gets expire?
Right now, if you had cooked it all, uh, at the time that you were camping in the in the temple, it probably will only last about another day or so. If you wanted to make it last even longer than that, you would have to sufficiently dry it out in a sort of like a to make jerky out of it a little further to cook it more.
Well, we could probably find someone in town that could do that for us.
That's possible, and it usually takes anywhere from a day to 2 days, depending on how hot their smokers can get. But that's where you're currently sitting at with your food supply of cooked griffin meat. Um, Probably even just lightly cooked at this point, because just to get it a little preserved. Um, but uh, you are now in the city and free to do as you will.
Uh, Lagan is going to go to the stables to check in on Clip and Clop.
They're well taken care of. They're well fed. They're uh, they um, the stable hand seems to have gotten along with them pretty well. They are well behaved uh, and didn't seem to kick up a fuss with any of the other animals that were in the stables at the time. So they were actually fairly glad to have a animal company that wasn't a riot.
Not that he was concerned that they would be mistreated, but he's going to go give each one a good brush and check on them.
And you do see that their furs kind of been a little bit washed, like some of the dust and bits of debris and things like that have been kind of washed out of their hair and mane, and they've they've uh, they've smelled relatively recently washed.
Okay. How much time is left on what I left to go
Uh
take care of them?
how many days did you book them for initially?
A week.
A week?
A
Um,
week to 10 days. I can't remember. I remember I spent all my gold on stabling them while we were gone,
okay.
and I knew it would be up to a week.
Okay. Yeah, so it's probably been about that week's time then that it's probably like 5 days, 5, 6 days that have passed, and so you
Okay.
really only have like a day left on what you had what you had booked them for.
I will leave at least enough coin to give another day because I don't know how much longer it's going to take us in town
Okay.
to
Yeah.
stay all them.
Yeah. The week that you prepaid, it still has 1 day left on it, and so you don't need to pay anymore at the moment.
Okay.
So
Rune?
with this being the midday, they have 1 additional day on top of that.
Okay.
Rune is interested in. Go ahead, Kinlan.
I would like to find someone who could smoke my meat and then brew one healing plus or healing.
Okay. In the case of actually, this would actually be a really good town to find a sort of butchery slash meat preparing kind of an ordeal because this the a lot of what goes on around this particular town is a lot of animal farming, and so there is a lot of business to be had for those who can butcher and prepare meats of all kinds, be it beef or pork or chickens, all of that sort of thing. And so yeah, there's a couple in town that would be able to take the rather strange meat to them, in that it doesn't look like beef, it doesn't look like chicken, it doesn't look like pork. And they
Griffin might have managed.
so sorry, what?
It is Griffin meat.
Griffin.
Yes.
Griffin.
We defeated one, and it would have been a shame to leave it to waste.
You actually found one of those beasts. You.
Well, not me. I had a party.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, fella, you look rather thin. And I don't know that you would actually have, well, my opinions aside, yes, you want the lot of this smoked up. And he kind of takes a look at the way that you've taken it apart and kind of had done some preparatory cooking on it, and and kind of slices a bit of it open and kind of gives it a bit of a testing to see if it's still good. And he says, "Well, this all of this here probably will take the better part of a day to smoke, and that does fill up my smokers actually. So if you're wanting to pay for the service, that's going to be it's going to be a couple of gold, 2 gold."
That sounds fair.
Because that does keep me from being able to prepare other services at the moment. But yes, I'm more than happy to help. And is this for taking back for your own personal usage?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Then it shall be ready likely about the same time tomorrow.
And I'd like to hand over the 2 gold coin.
Thank you very much for your patronage. Much appreciated.
Not at all.
And then you said you wanted to spend some time brewing a potion. Then I would like you to make me a herbalism kit roll, which is going to be a I'm going to say this is going to be an intelligence based roll due to needing to put together the ingredients in a specific order and fashion. And the brewing process usually takes about an hour, I think. And so you have you have things kind of set up with your herbalism kit. You have a couple of containers to make the brew, kind of a set up in a sort of like an old witch's cauldron in a sense, and a very small kind of cauldron. But you so make me an herbalism kit roll. That's plus intelligence. So that's gonna be proficient intelligence roll plus proficiency.
Okay, I'd also like to cast guidance on myself.
All right.
Arinyat.
All right. Guidance is made. Asking the land to guide you in your brewing of said potion.
7 plus 2 plus another 2 plus another 2. So 13.
7 plus 6 is 13. Okay. It You're able to successfully complete the potion. But upon smelling it, the mix is a little bit off. So it is going to heal much like the standard healing potion, except there's an added effect. There is, when you taste it, to make sure that it's at the right consistency, the right flavor, you notice that your tongue starts to burn as if you have eaten something spicy. It has way
Much
too
cayenne in the potion.
it has too spicy a flavor, but it's going to be effective.
Put in a little too much capsaicin, amigo.
Probably a little too much chili pepper. A little too much equivalent in this particular world to ghost peppers. It is very spicy, Kinwin.
Why is it spicy?
But you have a very spicy healing potion in your possession now.
Where do we have to go to turn this griffin in? These claws in?
I was about to say that's something Rune would have been beelining for as soon as they got to the city.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
Shay wants to stay with Rune. She's got nothing else. She's like watching everybody scatter, and it's like,
And so the flyer that you have for this job lists that the benefactor can be found at the local tumbled wench, and is going to be at a kind of sitting at a sort of lucrative table. And so who all is going to meet with the benefactor?
Anya is.
So
River will go.
Shay, River, Vanya,
Darius.
Darius. Kinwin's kind of busy with a potion. And Lagon was busy going to see Clip and Clop. And so I think it's everyone but them. So the five of you make your way towards the tavern with the usual iconography and the usual sort of fluffy haired barmaid kind of serving drinks at the counter. And this particular tumbled wench is actually rather small. But you see that there are rooms there's stairs that kind of go up towards a second floor where there are rooms for lodging, and where you suspect that this kind of office meeting space might actually be. And so, what do you do?
Rune is going to go up to the barmaid. On the flyer itself, is there like a name listed for the benefactor?
just says the professor.
Okay. Well, he's going with that. Room goes up to the barmaid. And just simply asks, "Hello. We're here to meet with someone." Goes by the professor.
Ah, yes. Yes, he's in the office space upstairs. It's the first room on the left.
Thank you. We will be back shortly. And he relays goes back to the party, relays where they are, where he is, and then just starts heading on up. Hey, kitty.
Jay is right behind you.
That was Vanya. Oh, baby.
Same.
He looks over to Shay. If I might ask, I am not proficient with specific dealings. That is interpersonal communications.
Oh,
I trust your insight in any sort of communications or bartering. Would you be able to lead the conversation for us?
oh, I certainly. She kind of straightens herself up a bit, looks slightly more noble aside from being tiny, and says, "Yeah, I can do that. Especially if he's of any noble air, I can probably wrangle him just fine."
Rin nods. It is appreciated.
Is there anything in particular that I should focus on, aside from the general business transaction?
He thinks about it. I leave any particular concerns in your best interests. Just basically saying, it's all on you. If there's anything you want to do, he's going to back you up.
You got it, dude.
So she'll straighten her clothes, kind of fluff her hair, and yep.
Wait a
keep going
minute,
up
Shay,
the stairs.
Shay, come here. Come here, come here.
Yes. What?
I
I
walk up and...
No. No.
Better. You can go now.
Just like carefully fixing her hair.
I'm gonna remember that. And she goes to walk back up the stairs.
All right.
That
So is
brooch
it just
still looks wonderful on you, by the way.
is Shay going up the stairs by herself, or is she going with her whole party behind her?
Rune
Yes,
is
that's up to them.
Yeah, Rune is definitely behind her.
Yeah,
Yeah, so is Vanya.
everybody.
All right. Then you make your way to the first door on the left, and you give it a knock. There's sort of a strange voice that comes out from the inside. Who is it?
Shakron La Vista, sir.
This is actually a
Here to
feminine
speak
voice that you
on-
heard.
Oh, okay. Shakron La Vista, miss, here to speak on business with the professor.
The door opens, and what you see in front of you is someone who isn't necessarily all that shorter than you, Shay. A small dragonborn who's got kind of pearlish white scales and kind of looks up at you with these big blue eyes. The professor, huh?
Yes, the professor. Is that you?
Nah, honey. Honey, I'm not the professor. You're looking for that guy right over there. And you see her pointing to a man sitting in at a table in this little office space, kind of writing something. He's got kind of unruly brown hair. Seems to be wearing a pair of spectacles, but he's wearing a rather nice looking suit in in blacks and purples.
Are the colors black and purple important in any way? Like are they colors of a particular faction or anything I might be familiar with?
Actually, make me an intelligence check.
Intelligence, just straight intelligence.
Or history.
I am proficient in history. 9.
His clothing looks important. It's a little ornate for the ordinary. You're suspecting someone of some kind of nobility for sure, but he kind of upon noticing he looks over at the lot of you. Yes, I am the professor. What is it?
I believe you had a request for some griffin claws, of which we have procured.
Right. Fantastic. Actually, that is wonderful news. When did you acquire these?
A few days ago.
Oh, this is recent then. Oh, fantastic. Oh, bring, come in.
So she'll walk in, and I'm pretty sure she doesn't have them. Who has them?
Anyone in the party probably has them.
I was gonna say, wasn't it Kinwin that harvested them? I'm
Right,
sure
but
we would have.
you would have organized for them to be on your person.
She heads in and just will look at whoever has them.
I'm gonna assume, based on circumstances, Kinwin would have probably passed it off to River.
Yeah, River.
Okay. River just opens his cloak and pulls out the things from a pocket. Here you are.
Oh, rather interesting cloak you have there.
It's new.
May I?
Sure. He pauses for a second. He reaches into his bag, pulls out his other cape, and just kind of transfers at the same time his cloak and the other cape.
Oh, yes. He spends a long minute kind of looking at the designs on the cloak, kind of studying it for a moment. Oh, this is very interesting. And where did you find this?
There was a temple of sorts, not far from where the griffins are.
Oh. I have to make a note, and he goes to jot something down on a piece of paper. It seems like has so many papers around that it's just a sort of disorganized mess. One of which is like a journal, another is like a kind of legal pad, another is just kind of loose leaf papers everywhere, and all of them have like writings of some sort on them. And he goes to jot in the corner of one of those about the specifics about the where you found these. Oh, that's
Based on the order of his office, does it seem like he's an organized fella or a disorganized fella?
Make me an insight roll.
12?
It's hard to determine which, because he seems to go to things as if he knows where it is that he's exactly going, but it is chaos.
Okay.
And upon kind of the amount of time that you're kind of just watching him, you do notice that he does have specific ornamental sort of attachments to him, where he has a pair of gauntlets on him that seem rather ornate, on top of the fine suit. It seems to be wearing a bit of a you look at the suit that he's wearing, and it seems a little bit military in nature. And that's more that you've noticed about him. And then he snaps his fingers a moment, kind of adjusts his glasses, and says, "Yes, you were here about griffin claws."
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And River just gestures to the claws he set down on the table in front of him.
Right. And he goes to rifle through the bag. You notice Darius, though, he does eye you a moment.
I just kind of eye him back.
It's not every day that I see a purple tiefling.
As he says that, I just kind of start to say something in Infernal and cast Disguise Self. Look exactly like myself, but I'm gold.
Yeah, I understand the Infernal.
And he says something to you in Infernal. Huh. That's a neat trick.
One of many.
I am also a man of many tricks. And he goes back to speaking in common, kind of counting through and looking at the state in which the claws are, and kind of strokes his chin a little bit. Right. Payment in full. And he goes back to another desk of sorts and pulls out seems like a almost like a leather chest. It's square. It's very much a box, but it looks like it's made out of leather. And he pulls it out and then goes to his own purse and kind of rifles through his own purse a little bit and says, "Oh, I seem to be missing a few." And Darius, that's when it clicks. This is the man that you pickpocketed.
I'm sorry, sir. Is everything okay?
Oh, I'm missing a few out of my purse, but I have your payment. Oh, just the one.
River's just hovering his hand over the claws at the moment.
Yeah. I no reaction to him.
Yes, sir. Just we have the one set from the one griffin.
Oh, did you run into any more?
There's a second one. Flew away.
Indeed.
Huh. All right. Well, I suppose I have to deal with that one myself. I was hoping not to. Well, anyway, and he kind of counts out 100 gold from the chest, the leather chest, kind of puts it into a bag, and hands it to you, River.
River takes it, puts it in his his cloak pocket. We'll split this later.
Is it of the utmost importance that you have the second one as well?
Oh no, no, it's um, it's um more of an altruistic endeavor.
Of it
Obviously,
helps their
the people of Tripoint needed these things getting rid of, and they didn't have the money to supply the reward for such a thing. So, and that's interesting.
if
That's
it helps her, the other one is injured already.
I
Barely, but
shall have to keep that in mind. Salter, will you make a note? And you see that this white dragonborn sort of short thing goes over to the table and pulls out another piece of paper and writes down a note.
Darius definitely would know about this.
About
His
a
name's Woodclick. About something, a little short stack named Shelter, and a professor, who he hasn't said his name yet, but there's enough lines to connect the dots.
So, do you just go by the professor? Any other names?
Why does that concern you?
Curious.
Curious indeed. Well,
Can I insight what is happening right now?
sure.
actually, I have a question about that too. Given her age, would Vanya know the name Salter?
That would be a history check on Vanya's part.
14. I'm just wondering, like the tone I am hearing from the two people seems interesting to me. So, 14 for that insight.
Is that
For me too.
okay? You've not heard the name Selter before, Vanya. You're not really familiar with that at all. But Darius, you are familiar with the name Selter, and that's because Granny Norlai was frequently talked about her, and frequently talked about a professor that matches this person's description.
More specifically, a professor she was pretty sure wasn't an actual professor.
And Shay, based on your insight check, the professor definitely seems intrigued by Darius at the moment, because Darius is posing some rather interesting questions.
So,
Still gold, by the way.
So can I kind of intuit that there is a pointed, like they might know each other? Like, I guess that's what I'm like. It seems like it's a pointed conversation. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out if she catches or not.
That there may be a possible. There may be a possible familiarity.
Like just
how
an
deep it is,
of some sort, right?
right? How deep it is, it's anyone's guess. But you can. They definitely seem to be at a point of, oh, so you've heard, kind of a point in the conversation.
Like there's an unspoken conversation happening between them. I don't know what it is.
Possibly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, so she's just listening and watching. That's all. But yeah, curious.
You see that the professor takes a seat back at the table and kind of rests his chin on his intertwined fingers, and kind of just watches you, Darius. So what have you heard?
My granny always told me stories of this professor and Selter.
Yeah, my name's Salter. What of it, honey?
Does his accent change?
No, that was Salter that talks.
Oh, okay. The
Salter's the one with the
dragon.
accent.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Nothing of it, just wondering if you're one and the same.
What do you think, honey?
I mean, you match the description perfectly. I would assume so.
Hmm. That intrigues me. You said your grandmother? Says the professor.
Yeah, Granny. Norlai.
Ah. How is she?
I just to make sure that she's passed now, right?
Yes, she's
Yeah, yeah,
passed away a few years ago. Yep.
yeah, yeah. I relay that passed away a few years ago.
Oh,
Um,
that's very sad. Sad to hear. I knew your grandmother. Long, long time ago. My name is Cypher.
are you actually a professor?
I'm sure your grandmother told you that I wasn't, hasn't she?
Of course.
Yes, I am a professor. Yes, I do actually work for a university. Still. Except I'm more on the field lately these nights, or days. It's hard to keep track going across the world. But yes.
Day is usually when the sun is up, and night is usually when the sun is down.
Yes. Obviously. But you have your payment now. And it's very interesting. What were your names?
River.
And yeah.
Shikran.
Room.
You're an intriguing one too, and we'll get to that in a moment.
I'm sure we have a fair choice of questions between us.
I'm sure. And you, my golden/purple friend?
Darius.
Darius. Such a noble name. Did you pick it yourself?
I've always gone by that. I've not known any other name.
Yeah. Well, some tiefling cultures they choose their own names or have aliases, and others they're more, like Mesotopians or Mesomaskins, and are, well, flowery for no reason except to be flowery.
For as long as I can remember, that's what Granny always called me. So it kind of stuck.
Well, that's good to know that she had children. I was worried for a moment there, but, well, fantastic. Do you have a sort of group name? Like what? If I were to refer to you for another job, for instance, what would I call you as a group?
Good. We're not really traveling in official capacity.
Aren't you?
Are we
just
just
kind
kind
of-
of
we
met
just
up
It's a
kind
and
of-
little bit official.
Oh,
Perhaps now would be the best time to determine that.
Well, if you've been traveling together for longer than a week or so, I'd usually sometimes these things kind of sort of set into place. The group that I was a part of already had a name by the time I joined it.
what was up?
It was called the Chroma Company.
Interesting.
A very colorful bunch. Quite literally.
Well, we haven't really brought any to the table quite yet, so I can't say we exactly have one.
Oh. Well, I'll sure you'll come up with it in time. Well, if that concludes our business, I have places to go.
If I may, Professor Seifert.
Yes, yes, yes. You may.
Before we leave the room,
Is it-
is there anything shiny?
Plenty.
Anything that Darius thinks would be interesting, he's gonna try and in the midst of the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Swipe.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second, but Rune?
That's fine. Yeah.
You mentioned you work for a university, but perform your own field research.
Yes.
If I might ask, what is the subject matter of your research?
History.
It seems we share a field.
And you called yourself Rune, correct?
Yes.
Interesting choice of attire.
It is not quite a choice.
It's rather ancient.
You see his head just tweak a bit, curiously. Are you familiar with it?
A bit, actually. You and I might want to have a private conversation about this. I don't know how much you want to share with your fellow party members.
He looks to everyone else. I suppose I would appreciate the privacy. My apologies.
Oh, no need to apologize, Rune. Professor,
Perfectly
it
understandable.
was very nice to make your acquaintance.
Yes, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance too, Miss Shekran.
Did you want that cloak?
Oh, no. You can have it back. I just simply wanted to study it for a moment.
There's the
Rune,
cloak back on.
I'll be waiting. I assume we'll be waiting for you downstairs.
Yes. I will be meeting the rest of you soon.
And Shay gives another nod to the professor and starts walking out.
And Darius wants to swipe something before he leaves the room. Make me a sleight of hand check, my friend.
We put this against my oh god, what was it?
Passive?
Passive, yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious about my passive too, but he doesn't have to try that hard.
25.
You seem fairly pleased with a slip of paper that seems rather interesting.
I just palm it and head out the door.
Alright. Leaving Rune with the professor. Now, is anybody else doing anything before we get to that?
No, I just want to talk with the barmaid, like downstairs, like idle chatter, and get a drink while waiting. Make
Okay.
myself comfortable.
Yeah. Vanya would just be,
Doing the
look
same.
around, see what kind of music they play in the city, but that's just about it.
Okay.
River would go ahead and start doling out the gold.
Okay. River's fighting up the money, all that. Okay. Darius, you doing anything interesting?
I'm gonna head out and start looking for Lagan, just something to leave the tavern, so that I can look at this piece of paper and not be in the tavern while that's happening.
Oh, Darius, you're leaving?
I'm gonna go look for Lagan. I'll be back in a
Okay.
little bit.
Are you guys gonna come back here, or should we meet you somewhere else, like at the stables or where we were staying?
You know, I think we're coming back here.
Okay. Just want to make sure, when so we don't lose each other. That's all.
Yeah,
It's
appreciate
about
it.
that. It's about that time Lagan walks through the door of the tumbled winch to meet up with y'all.
Oh, look at that! Lagan, Darius was just going to look for you.
Huh.
Lagan, I meant Kenwin. Kenwin, that's who I'm looking for. Kenwin.
And it's about this time Kinwin walks in behind the gun.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Shay's not suspicious. She's just like, yeah, okay, just be safe,
Lagan,
make good
as
decisions, don't get mugged.
as you walk through the door, you notice I'm not purple anymore. I'm gold.
Who are you hiding from? And
Not
why?
hiding.
Why are you gold then?
Was trying to impress somebody.
I mean, I found it very impressive.
Someone from those stories your granny told you?
Actually, yes. The benefactor from our Griffin quest was actually someone that Granny told me quite a bit about.
Which one? The professor?
Yeah.
How interesting. But why gold? You're purple.
I like gold, and I didn't think platinum was just too gauche.
Lagan just shakes his head and walks over to the bar and orders a drink. Have fun searching for Kinwin.
Got it. I pulled out the door. Not actually looking for Kinwin.
I know. Lagan doesn't.
But back inside the office, the professor has stood from his chair and kind of comes closer to you, Rude, kind of walking around you, kind of looking you over. Oh,
Rune, sort of in response to him observing Rune, Rune does the thing where he just sort of like pumps the armor on his chest. Not necessarily opening it, but it adjusts like and reveals some of the magical, what appears to be almost like ley lines moving through his entire body. The intense golden glow that appears from him.
I'm just imagining he's just flexing his pecs and it's just making a little strobe effect.
That's almost essentially what he's doing, yeah.
Oh, ancient indeed. My goodness. Where in the world did you find such beautiful replications? Or, not replications, no, this is authentic.
From what society does it come from? I have been journeying for a while to determine the origin.
Well, this... Are you sure you want to know?
Rune looks at Professor Cypher, and he has a very intense look as his aperture eyes narrow in on him. I need to know.
All right. This armor that you wear, from an ancient civilization in Salfire. The runes, the way that they're positioned, the way that they kind of demarcate the different portions of the plates the sort of roundness of some of the design, the the sort of glow of the runes. This is authentic material. I've only seen these in some of the books that I've seen in the library at the university. I've never actually seen it in person.
Rune looks at his gloves for a moment.
This is
And
pre-calamity.
pre-calamity.
You've heard the stories, yes? The calamity Shonaruth fell as a rock from the sky and crashed into the Fall Fire crater. What we now know is the Fall Fire crater.
I've heard of it. And when Cypher mentions it, somehow Rune shudders. He tightens his grip into a ball fist, but then like forces it open.
Are you stuck in this uniform?
Yes. More precisely, do not know any other body or form.
Yes, I could see that.
He finally relaxes himself. I awoke in this construct. And I'm unsure if I am the same as Jack's Jack units.
No. No, you are something far different. I've worked with Jax. I've maybe even built a few in my day. They're completely different from what I'm seeing here. You have no physical form under that armor. You are simply hollow. Am I correct?
Not quite. And at this point, that's when Rune opens up his chest cavity, and inside he reveals his core. All the lines and streams of golden light, like threads, follow up and around, almost like fibers of muscle, going through a golden metal rib cage and up into a vial of blood, centered where his heart would be.
Oh my. You are fascinating.
He takes out the vial and just holds it between his fingers, the threads still attached.
I was worried that such a thing would actually cause you to collapse, my friend. I was not going to ask.
It can be moved, but it cannot be detached. At least, I fear it shouldn't.
Well, no, I would think that such a thing might cause you to cease to exist. And I don't think that I don't think I want that. No, you existing. You should continue to exist for as long as possible, in my personal opinion. I am very curious, though. What kind of blood would there be that strong?
He puts the vial back into his chest in its original spot. His chest cavity is closing up. What is the civilization that you recognize this from?
An ancient one. One that dates back several millennia at this point. The way that the stories go is that the civilization centered around dragons. And, well, they were up to some say that they were breeding humans and turning them into dwarfs and into halflings and mixing them and creating concoctions of different varieties of different peoples that populate the world today. I have seen the stories. I've seen some of the storytellings of these things. But, I was not alive back then, and I sadly can't go back in time and figure it out for myself. Otherwise, I would. But, yes, the civilization was very draconic in nature. They had their servants. They had armor, much like the one you wear now, for their warriors and for their playthings. I can't say that I know the psyche of all dragons, but yes, that about sums it up, actually, unless you had more detailed questions.
I suppose if we dragons.
Yes, dragons.
I've been informed before that they're extinct at this day and age.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Possibly. And you hear from the other side of the room the Southern Belle voice of the little dragonborn. I don't know what you're talking about. You're looking at one right here. Now, Selter, we don't need to be saying any kinds of falsehoods. But I am a dragon, Professor. Yes, you are a dragon. Mostly.
And Rune kind of gives Selter an up and down. From that, is he able to identify what she is? Like, dragonborn definitely, or?
She's a little small for a dragonborn, and she has a tail. And short little wings that kind of poke out of her back from underneath the sort of draping clothing that she's wearing at the moment. So she's got the wings. She's got a similar look. She's got a tail, but she's rather small. Probably around 3.5, 4 feet tall.
short dragonborn. Rune almost questions for a moment.
You would know that most dragonborn don't have tails, though.
He questions for a moment and processes it. If by possibly, what is this extension of possibility?
Well, I can't say for sure or for certain, because a few of the dragons that I have met in my existence have otherwise absconded. They've, well, one of them is five-headed and is actually a mutation of several different individual dwarves turned into a sort of dragon shape. I don't know that would necessarily count, but and then there's this silver one who is also very much a concoction of different monstrosities and kind of formed onto one of our former companions.
But you're saying you've met dragons within your lifetime?
Yes.
And
several of which who have died, actually.
Do you know of any alive?
No. This is why I say possibly. Technically speaking, Salter isn't necessarily a dragon or a dragonborn. She's a projection. You make it sound so clinical when you say it like that. But it's true. You, and myself actually, were actually rather both projections. But that's a whole nother thing for a whole nother time, I'm sure. But, yes, that armor is very ancient draconic. Ancient draconian human kind of mishmash. Kind of a wibbly-wobbly thing.
He processes. Professor Cypher, if you will, I have a proposal for you.
I love proposals.
I will be conducting further research into any sort of draconic historical artifacts, ruins, or even this possibility of living dragons. You've turned my attention to this subject matter.
They are fascinating and terrifying beasts.
I imagine so. Moving forward, I hope that I could attain your expertise on this subject. We can work together.
Working together. He goes back to sitting in a chair, kind of folds a leg over his over the other, kind of steeples his fingers as looks like he's contemplating for a moment. I see. So you want to work into a bit of a formal agreement.
I will conduct my own field research studies, collection of artifacts and materials that I find on this subject matter, and in turn share this information with you. In the agreement that should you do the same. Mutuality.
You drive an interesting deal. But I think for the moment, I will decline. Not indefinitely, but just for the moment. I want to see this thirst for your knowledge. How far does it go? How badly do you need to know? And how badly are you willing to share that information with the rest of the world? Lest the world forget.
Share with the rest of the world.
Yes, because knowledge is powerful. And no one person should have all of that power.
And Cypher would see Rune processing that.
And you would see that his face has gone from sort of jovial to rather stern.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
That
This
it
is a
does.
phrase. Very well.
Actually, I think I have a endeavor I think you would actually be rather interested in, given your thirst for knowledge. There is, across the hills, the Kinos Hills, across the desert, is a ziggurat, recently unearthed, and mostly of its own accord, actually, as the area has become more arid and more sandy, the dust has seemed to have blown away of its own accord, and thus this ziggurat has been unearthed. I'm rather curious as to what the details of the interior of this particular ziggurat would be. However, I have other matters to attend to, and I would actually like someone to go in my stead. Would you do me the honors?
If this creates the partnership I seek, I will gladly take it on.
Consider it a test. Because when you step into the realm of knowledge, you are in lockstep with the knowing mistress, and of course, I am not a religious man myself. Of course, be aligning your interests with myself. And if our interests are aligned, then we might actually make a better pair than you realize.
I certainly hope so, Professor Cypher. Consider the task done. Rune holds out his hand for a handshake.
And he reaches out his hand for a shake as well. And you notice that the glove, the sort of gauntlet that he's wearing on his right hand as he reaches out to shake it, does kind of flicker in a bit of a purple glow.
Would I be able to deduce what kind of magic that is? Why it's doing that?
Make an Arcana check.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Poor Rune. Poor Rune. He looks at new technology and he's like, what is this? These whippersnappers. Uh, 8 total. I rolled a 3 on the dice.
Can't be sure. It's something magical. That much is for sure. But it's you have no idea what the fuck this is. But he releases your hand, and the gauntlet seems to go back to its normal kind of dull purplish state in the sort of crevices that you see in it. Well, that is certainly agreeable.
Quite. I look forward to our future dealings and research together, Professor Sight.
As do I. I'm rather intrigued by you. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of future endeavors together. But as I said, I do have to make my way to other matters. I do have another griffin to take care of. I really did not want to get my hands dirty on this. But you did what you could. You have proven yourselves worthy. And we shall meet again.
Indeed.
And it's almost as if he and Selter fade out of existence. They simply disappear.
And at that point, Rim is like, I suppose that's what you meant by projection. The not taking much more thought into it of how it was done or such. He goes ahead, swivel toes, and exits. Meets his party back downstairs.
All but Darius are present. Darius and Kinwin. Kinwin's probably shortly arrived by now, as it's probably obvious that Kinwin has been keeping up kind of with where everybody's going. You know, brewing potions really should not be done in an enclosed space because it gets rather smelly. So doing so in a well aerated place is a little bit more desirable. But Kinwin arrives. Darius, you're wanting to know what it is that you swiped. Make me an Arcana roll.
Natural 20.
Ooh. For
a total of 20.
Looking at it. Oh, goodness. These are magical notes. These are sort of... It looks as if there's, like, glyphs and runes and things of that sort. Do you think maybe that this is some kind of spell? But when looking at it, you know, you're slightly familiar with some illusion magic. With given that you can disguise yourself and you can create little illusions, but this isn't anywhere close to being illusion magic. This, looking at it, is this something like you see some notes in common, and you see other kind of runic symbols in other languages that, you know, come from like different portions of the world. But in common, it says in one particular point, time dilation, question mark?
Okay.
But you don't have the kind of skill that it would take to decipher a whole glyph, much less a whole spell.
I only know one person that is capable of that. They blew my mind about 3 episodes ago. Yeah, I'll make my way back to the tumbled winch.
Mm-hmm. Shortly after, though, you do realize that it starts to disappear in your hand.
God dang it. I'm going to do my best to try and remember everything that I saw on there.
Fair enough. Anything to try and recall that much information, though, is going to be a high difficulty check. So, but And Rune, you would have noticed the papers as well that were littering the different desks and things like that have also disappeared as well.
Ah, that's unfortunate. It's all right. Returning to the rest of the party, Bryn kind of like bows his head. Thank you for awaiting my return.
Everything go well?
Quite.
Well, as we were waiting.
If you are all interested, I might have another job that we can take on from the same benefactor.
Doing what this time? Killing dragons?
Well, it certainly would be a hope.
Wait, when did dragons come onto the table?
And
To
Darius,
my
this is about when
knowledge-
you're coming back into the tavern.
To my knowledge, they've not been on the table in a long time.
Possible extinction. But nevertheless, Rune pulls out his own map and starts trying to locate where the ziggurat is on the map again. He said it was where?
Is that
It's in the desert. Let me look at the map here.
in the
Cargill
Powell
Desert?
Barrens?
Yes, the Palo Barrens is the desert that he was referring to, and the ziggurat is kind of not really in the midst of the desert. It's kind of towards the edge.
Is that Wondermore?
No, Wandermore is another city. It's closer to like the river that goes from the Surefall Glades into the Great Depths lake. It's kind of in that area.
And
Is where he
to
marked
follow
it.
up, to follow up, where was the library where was the library we were originally headed to? Was that in Triport or somewhere else?
The Surefall Glades, the Druid tribe there. It's said
Okay.
to have
Is
a
it-
really large library.
Okay, is the trajectory if we took a path? Let me see here. I need to look at the map and actually plot out a path because
Yep.
Rune has to actually express it.
If we go to the Surefall Glades where Kinwin wanted to go, do what we needed there, we can then make our way somewhere through the desert along the river towards the Grey Depths and potentially find this ziggurat.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too far away from Surefall Glades at all.
Okay, so Rune is going to point that out. He's going to explain. Here in the Barrens, there is a ziggurat that was recently unearthed by the natural winds of the land. The ziggurat is of interest to the Professor Scythe. We might receive we will very well receive compensation for the investigations of it. But more importantly, it has information I desire.
Did
Sounds
I have-
interesting.
I
Did
have
he-
nothing against an adventure.
he give you a means of communicating with him or a way to reach him if you get this information?
Did he, Coffee? Or is it implied that we just returned back here?
He didn't necessarily say either way.
Darius just put two and two together. With that paper disappearing, can I go check to make sure that the gold he just gave us for the the griffins is still there?
Oh yeah, we were
Yes.
discussing
Yes, it is
that
still there.
between.
Okay.
Uh,
All right.
did we finish that river?
Yes.
Well,
we
with
did.
everyone here, Darius comes back and like, "Yep, here's your portion." And then when Lagan and Kinwin walked in, he would have had theirs in a stack ready to give to them. So everyone should have 14 additional gold. And then
there
there's
was
two
two
going to the
tossed
party
into the
fund.
party fund.
Yep.
So, DM question. The
Sure.
last time we were in town, what was that drink that Lagan had?
Oh God, I
And
don't.
was it and was it at the Tumbled Winch? You said it was stronger than normal, and it
I
cost 5 silver. Lagan wants to buy a bottle or two of this. That's why
okay.
I'm asking.
Yeah, then it's freely available for you then.
Okay, how
At the
much is that
at
gonna
this
be?
same price. A glass was 5 silver, so a bottle probably would be 3 gold.
Okay, Lagan wants to get 2 bottles of this.
Okay, so mark off 6 gold.
In
Give me
response,
1 minute.
yep. In response to Lagan asking whether or not he had a way to connect with Cypher again, Rune just responds, "Worry not. I have my own means of communication." Out of character, that just essentially means I'm thinking I'm just gonna grab one of those sending spells. Something.
And I don't know where we're staying, but Shay definitely wants a room here if there are rooms here.
There are rooms here.
And they're not communal living.
No, they're pretty private rooms, and so there's 2 that are open right now.
Shay definitely wants one.
Um, and Lagan will give the guy 10 silver on top
Oh,
for the bottles.
oh, so you're paying in total 7 gold.
7, yes,
Okay.
at least me.
To go sell my healing potion.
Yeah, how much for the room?
The room would be. Let's see, what is typical room costs? I don't recall.
I thought you said it was a golden night last time.
Yes, it'll be a golden night.
So they go to whoever pays for the room. I slide the person a platinum piece.
Okay. 1 platinum? Shit. We can all get our own rooms for that price.
Sadly, there are only 2 rooms available.
Yeah, now Shay is instantly feeling guilty about wanting one.
Oh, Lagan will put 2 gold for 2 rooms.
Like you do realize that I can pay for like my own stuff, right?
That was the whole point of the platinum. I was paying for everybody.
There's 8 gold left over.
Aren't that many rooms though for a platinum?
How long are we staying?
Shay, if you're taking a room, I'm going to just use your tent.
No, it's fine. I don't mind sharing. I just like I'm capable of paying for some things too. Like that's all.
Good. Remember that tomorrow when we need to buy rations for Clip and Clop as well.
Don't come at me with that attitude. Like,
There's no attitude.
that definitely had attitude. Don't come at me with that. I'm more than happy to pay for that if you ask me nicely.
There's no attitude. You're saying you can pay, and Lagan isn't thinking of whether you can pay or not. He's saying, okay, great. Remember that when we need to get the rations for Clip and Clop, pick up the card as well.
I heard you. I'm saying it was pointed, and I heard it. So that's all. She said. Then she says, "River, I have no. Of course. Like I consider the tent communal. Like absolutely. Also, Vanya, I assume you stay in that room too.
Of course.
Okay, have fun, boys. Me and Vanya will be in the room.
Lagan will hand Vanya his bedroll because he's pretty sure that Shay can't carry any more weight than what she has right now. He's going to make his way up to the other room and dip into that bottle so that he can maybe get a decent night's rest and no bad dreams.
Hmm.
Do you want your white noise machine with you?
You do whatever you want.
Okay.
You see he's already taken the stopper out of the one bottle and has already started turning it up, making his way upstairs.
I'm actually gonna head out of the bar again.
Okay.
Wandering around town, is there any market shops? Anything like that?
The market usually has like food goods in the middle of town. If what kind of shop are you looking for?
Um, cheap magical items.
Those would not be found in this little town. They do
Oh,
not. They don't make them, and they don't have the money to afford them. So,
is there anyone that sells like weird trinkets or oddities?
you can find a sort of oddity shop. It's rather small.
Yeah, I'm gonna go there.
Okay. What are you purchasing?
I just what looks interesting? What kind of things do they have?
Well, I don't know what you're looking for. So this is
I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for some weird random throw trinket.
Want to
at
just
me.
roll on the
roll on
table?
roll on the trinket table, and then I'll set a price on it.
Where's my other D100?
Let me see.
$91. No, sorry, read that wrong. 99.
Let me look. Pulling up a trinket table right now. Number 99. A wooden box with a ceramic bottom. It holds a living worm with a head on each end of its body.
Interesting.
I'm going to say that
What?
little wooden box is going to cost you 2 silver. It's a well-made box, but the worm in it, it's a little weird.
I hand him 20 copper.
All right. Sufficient enough. And so now you have a well-made wooden box with a strange little aberrant worm. Kind of puts it. It kind of gives you a little bit of a nightmare storytelling from from Granny Morelli from way back when. Gives you a little bit of that vibe.
While slightly being not necessarily like nightmares tend to be scary. That's almost comforting in a way. Just almost like a piece of home.
Mm-hmm. All
I
right.
head back to the bar.
All right. And everyone is taking a long rest then?
I would like to sell my potion of healing.
To sell it at 50 gold, you are not going to find a customer. Not in this town.
Yes.
This town is a little. The 50 gold is a little too rich for anything that they're looking to buy.
I'm a druid. I can just go outside under the stars and sleep.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, we're going to take a quick break, and then our party will be headed back to the Kinos Hills towards the Surefall Glades to find this somewhat nomadic but often very permanently placed druid tribe of Kinwin. So we'll be back soon, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale, session number 8. Where our party left off is they had recently spoken with the professor, the proprietor, or the benefactor to the griffin hunt that they had seen on the job board here in Tri-Point, in the kingdom of Argyll. In doing so, they had a rather interesting conversation between all of them. Some having more revealed to them in those senses as well, considering their own pasts, namely Rune. And thus, the party is together, having settled everything with the professor, and the professor having made his leave of the situation. And now, all of you are left to decide what it is that you would like to do next.
Everyone is waking up in the morning. I want to try and be the first awake.
Okay.
Like before the ones come down from their room.
Okay. And what would you like to do?
I'm going to cast Disguise Self as Shay and just be sitting at the bar.
Okay. So you're disguising self as Shay. Now, to keep in mind, disguise self will create an illusion that you look like Shay.
Huh?
And
it does not change my voice.
It does not change your voice. And, as well, it doesn't change your height by all that much.
About a foot.
About a foot. So, yeah. Shay being somewhere around 5'3", and you being about 6 foot, thereabouts.
Yeah.
You maybe could approximate her size.
Yeah.
So. And you want to go down to the bar?
Yep, just gonna be sitting at the bar.
The barmaid's not really serving drinks. She's more or less serving breakfast, and she looks at you, kind of this is a different barmaid, but still in a very similar fluffy hair, which seems to be almost a sort of uniform for the tumbled wench. Her hair's maybe a little less curly and a little bit more of a teased bob in a way, but she's she seems to be, this particular barmaid seems to be of elfin descent, and she looks at you and says, "What you want for breakfast, darling?"
In the deepest voice I can, I'm going to say just whatever, like whatever the standard breakfast is, some bacon, eggs, biscuit, the deepest voice I can.
Are you trying to cause a little bit of a weird like off-put, like put her off a little bit?
I mean, meh, kind of.
I suppose I just want to know if you're trying to make her uncomfortable or trying to shock her. What are you trying to do?
No. I mean, it's just I want to. Obviously, I look like someone else. It's more. I'm hoping someone of the party's going to come down and see this happen. And...
Okay, who would like to be the next person down? Because they can decide how to respond to this.
Interestingly enough, I had wanted to sleep in, so that is what Shay is doing. She's kind of waiting to have the room to herself.
All right. So Vanya, you'll wake up and see that Shay is still very much wanting to sleep in. So you can leave the room as you see fit, when you see fit, and she will leave after you.
She'll go ahead and leave Zephyr in there with Shay. Come downstairs.
And you do see another Shay at the table.
She's going to have a very confused look on her face, and then look back at the stairs, look at the Shay at the table. Go over. Okay, which one are you?
As you hear, oh hi, real deep voice. You can definitely tell it's Darius's voice.
She's shaking her head, sitting down. And what are you doing?
I learned something new. I gotta use it, right?
Fair enough. And Vanya will feed into it for anyone else coming down, talking to him like he's actually Shay.
So,
Love it.
so as the boys either enter into the tavern from having slept outside or slept in the other room, the choice, of course, would have been all of yours at the time, but you all come in at relatively the same time, seeing Vanya sitting next to Shay having breakfast.
Totally playing it up, Darius voice, but full-on Shay Vanya conversations going on.
So I guess River will walk in from sleeping out in the tent. And upon seeing Shay and Vanya, would walk up to go sit with them.
Good morning, River.
Morning, senoritas.
Good morning.
Stop that.
Stop what?
Just don't.
There's nothing going on, River. Are you still half asleep or something?
He's just gonna turn to the barmaid. I will take as much bacon as I can afford.
We got you covered, honey.
Sit down so I could order some food.
Lagan will probably be the last of the guys down. And we'll go to the bar and order breakfast before he joins the table. He's gonna go for a full English breakfast.
Yep, full English with beans and toast and everything else. And
Sausage, yes.
sausage, bacon,
Yes.
the works.
Darius probably totally would have ordered the exact same things. You see Shay sitting there is eating a full English breakfast. Oh.
I never figured out what room or inside or outside Rune was doing. Probably outside, probably just right next to the entrance.
Probably just doing that, yeah, for his century sleep, as he is wont to
yeah.
do.
The second Lagan hears that voice out of the Shay-looking thing, good morning, Darius.
Good morning, Lagan.
Shay looking thing. Lovely.
At this point, he knows it's not Shay.
I mean, he has traveled with Darius for a while, so...
He knows that voice
It's just
too
the
well.
wording. Thing. I love it. Thing. Kind of speaking on Shay, the reason she wanted to kind of wait until she had some private time is because she wants to practice her Darius form. Basically disrobed. Because he's a smaller one, she wants to see if her clothes still fit if she's in, like, as his height and everything, which is what she wanted to test. She's not going to do that with people around, so that's what she wanted to do this morning.
And yes, your clothes fit a little bit oddly when it comes to your Darius form, because you are able to shift your height a little bit when it comes to your own shape changing
As long
abilities.
as they count as medium.
You can consider
as
yourself
well.
that height. Yep. And so, in the Darius height, uh, your clothes do fit really weird. It's almost as if your shirt doesn't. It gives you a bit of a midriff when when considering it, and so even your little corset that you put on top, even that's a little bit short compared to your Darius height, because
Yeah,
these
and that's
clothing
fine.
are a
It's
little bit more
mostly I wanted
tailored
to
to your.
make sure that like if I did it, it wouldn't rip anything. Like I know full well that if I go Lagan, it will. But I wasn't sure about Darius's form.
Oh no, yeah. With Darius's form, he's close enough to your height and build because he is rather lithe too. That shifting into a form very similar to his isn't going to cause any destruction to your very fine clothing. Because
And I will test out his voice a little bit, and then I will go back to my normal ass self and go downstairs.
In which-
You're gonna need a polymorph to be Lagan size.
You're
well,
medium.
Lagan is still considered medium. She can assume your height.
8 feet tall.
Yep. Her shape change is not necessarily illusion
It's not
based
as
like
limited.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
not nearly
gotcha,
as
gotcha.
limited. She can actually shape shift rather than just create an illusion,
Right.
mechanically speaking. But
Not that we know that yet.
not that we know that particularly in character, but that's the mechanics of
I
how
just think
shape
it's-
works.
I am dying because that was my plan this morning because Darius and Lagan are the two forms she was working on since the boat incident. And Darius is the only one that she thinks she can actually fit her clothes in. And then Darius is like, I'm going to shape change into Shay. And I'm like, that's fucking killing me right now.
Ironically, I rolled a dice for that.
It's freaking great.
Again, can you two stop sharing a brain cell, please?
So,
Nope.
All right.
just a
So, yeah.
question.
Rogues are gonna rogue.
Just a question.
Yes.
Got it. Darius's can't change his voice.
No.
Does Shay's voice change when she does?
In character, you wouldn't know that yet. So
Okay.
we're gonna let that be revealed when it is time to reveal it. But
Okay.
but getting back to that, the Shay, you do see a version of yourself sitting with the rest of your party members at the breakfast table, casually eating breakfast with them, and still maintaining a talking. But of course, you know that's not you.
Yeah, I'm just. Can I roll a wisdom to see if I draw like 2 and 2 together? I watched Darius turn from a purple tiefling to a gold tiefling, but I'm not sure that like seeing herself isn't a borderline shock to her system that she's not entirely connecting the dots right away.
Go ahead and make an insight, actually.
I will make note that Zephyr is trailing along behind her, just kind of stops, looks at
It's a
Darius, looks at her, looks back at Darius, and then just goes over and sits by Vanya.
It's a 23.
Oh yeah,
Natural
you can
20,
put
Mr. Brown Dice.
you absolutely put 2 and 2 together. That he's got something up his sleeve with this. You're pretty sure.
All right, I'm a choose like I think she just makes eye contact with you, Darius, and then wherever Vanya goes, she follows. Because I'm assuming Zephyr is with her, because she would have come down with him. She would have
Yep.
played with him a little bit after she was done, and then come down and
Yep.
joined her and
Mm-hmm.
kind of given a hand to the barmaid. Does the barmaid treat her weird?
She does a double take, but then immediately starts to consider whether or not you're a twin, but doesn't necessarily say anything about it.
Okay, she doesn't say anything either. She's just like, I'll take whatever everybody else is having, and then she goes to wherever Vanya is.
Yep. Traditional breakfast, got it. And so she goes back to make yet another full English. Not that we would call that this, call
Yeah.
that kind of breakfast that in this world, but They-
As
Bacon,
Shay
sausage,
makes,
beans on toast, all of that.
as Shay makes eye contact with me, and like I do the head nod, and then just go back to shoveling like the huge sausage link into my mouth.
Are you wearing the brooch?
Yeah, I
The
still have the
choker.
choker
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
So that's the only thing she says. She just kind of motions to something she doesn't have around her neck and says, "Still looks amazing," and then goes and gets her breakfast.
Yes, love to see it. So, you are free to do as you would like with your morning.
I would like to say that Shay actually does not seem annoyed, but intrigued. Darius, for the record.
I would say this is probably coming up on the hour that the spell lasts, so soon it's going to drop, and I'm back to purple tiefling.
As we're all sitting around having our breakfast, getting close to finishing up, Lagan is going to cast Aid. Shay, River, and Kinwin today.
Okay.
5 temporary hit points.
Isn't it maximum hit points?
It's maximum hit point maximum and current hit points increase by 5, and for the 8 hours that this spell is on, you can still be healed up that additional 5 hit points.
Yeah, because temp hit points are a different thing mechanically.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah, Shay definitely kind of looks towards Lagan because he's done it before and gives him a bit of a nod and kind of an acknowledgement, like, yes, thank you, and then goes back to her breakfast.
All right. So what do the rest of you want to do?
Just as a point of note, while everyone's having like full course meal, full course breakfast or whatever, River is only eating. Probably something that the party's noticed, but he only eats meat.
Is it raw meat? Just curious.
No, he ordered bacon, but it's just a full plate of bacon.
Oh, that's cool. I can get on board with that.
And after my own heart.
Mood. But you finish breakfast and there you are.
Yeah, are we essentially going to restock and hit the road again? Is that the plan?
I need to make a stop by the Smiths as well.
All right. Well, and I will double check all the feed that we need for Clip and Clop then.
Not pass for the smoking of my meat.
He said it would be done about midday today.
Yeah.
That way, Lagan, you don't have to worry about it.
I was figuring we could do our shopping and then collect, clip, clop our whatever supplies in the cart. And then you said it's the Surefall Glades?
Mm-hmm. We're going to try port now.
Alright.
Do you mind if I accompany you, Shay?
Oh, yeah, of course not. As in, of course not, I don't mind.
I'll go with you then.
Lagan will go with y'all to start.
I'd like to go forward for more healing potion herbs.
You are still in the city, so you have to keep that in mind. But yeah. Sorry, what?
Go see what the market has.
Okay.
Have I seen where Shay keeps her money? Like, does she keep it in a pouch on her belt?
Sure. Yeah. I don't think she's that sneaky about it.
By
She's
now, you
not
probably
exactly
know.
like
Yeah.
a paranoid rogue or anything. Nope.
Yeah, no? Okay. Going to try and sneak some money into her pouch.
Okay. Make me a sleight of hand. And Shay, make me a... What is your passive perception?
13. I don't think I suspect him, so I'm quite happy with 13.
To say, I really like our rogues in this party. They're reverse rogues. I'm gonna pick your pocket, but I'm gonna give you money.
Unless it's Professor Cypher and Darius.
Yeah. So
Fuck this
that
guy in
was
particular.
yeah. That was a 19 natural 19 for a 26.
Oh, yeah. Shay, you have no
Um,
clue. How much you putting in there?
1 platinum, 5 gold. And yeah, we'll do that. 1 platinum, 5 gold.
It
stack
would
of-
make me add another resource.
A stack
Yes,
of
it
six...
would.
Stack of 6
So-
coins in your pouch that you did not have there before.
So, question:
was-
Did Darius
Oh,
get
sorry,
the 8 from last night for paying for the rooms?
I mean, unless you handed it to me, no.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to check.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps messing with each other's wallets. It's hard to keep track.
I just wanted to check on that first. Okay. All right. Sorry.
Why you think I do it? I like making things hard.
So, Shay and Darius and Lagon are all going to go see Click Clop.
That's a Darius. That's a pretty neat trick that you have.
Yeah, it is. I just learned I could do it, so
I mean, yeah, I saw you turn yourself, gold yesterday.
yeah. I figure, when you learn something new like that, you better use it, or it might you might lose it. At least that's what Granny always told me.
Fair enough.
So, for clarification, Shay, is your voice yours or Darius's at this point?
Oh, it's mine. It's totally Shay.
Oh,
It's
she was
Shay.
already shifted back. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally Shay.
Okay. I thought you were still in the Darius form. That's why I was asking.
Oh no, 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 no. So yeah, she comes down as Shay. She's speaking like Shay, and yeah, she's just like, oh, that's actually pretty cool, Darius.
Imitation's the greatest form of flattery, isn't it?
I have
Is
a
it?
question.
What's up, Rube?
So, is there a cartographer in this town?
High or low?
Let's go high.
All right, 11 plus on a d20. Success. You do find that there is a lone cartographer. It is a
You're
single.
saying I rolled high and it was a success?
Yeah,
In one of your games?
yeah.
Okay. Alright. Cool.
He kind of doubles as kind of a multi-job kind of person, but he does sell maps that he's personally drawn himself, and so you can pick up a map if that is your so desire.
Yes. Rune is gonna want to grab a map of the way through and the woods around Surefall, if he can, the Surefall Glades, if he can get away with it. He wants to make sure that we don't get lost again.
It's a close enough region that he's been able to map that, and so he's got a single map for that region and the kind of surrounding areas, like the Kinos Hills and between Tri Point and the Surefall Glades and a little bit past that. He does have a map of that for 5 gold.
Easy. Done.
You now have a map of the region.
All right, and that's realistically all I wanted.
Okay.
Darius,
Yes.
I would hope that like I think it's really really cool. I can't do any magic, so like watching you turn gold, that was pretty awesome. And seeing me, admittedly, was a little bit disarming. I'm not used to that. Uh, uh but you wouldn't uh like I guess just I have to be really careful about my image.
I get that. I I meant no disrespect by it. It was
Well, and I really, I think it's great. I think it's absolutely great. I'd love to see more of it. Can you do it again? Like, can you do
no.
anybody?
I mean, I don't know. I guess let me try. And I am gonna imagine and like do the same thing that I tried earlier to try and cast it again to make myself look like Lagan. It's very short Lagan, but Lagan nonetheless.
Now, is this your once per day, or do you have a spell
Yes,
slot?
it is. Yeah, no, it is. It's my once per day. This isn't happening.
Aw.
Sadly, it fails. You find that you don't have enough whatever word you want to try and use for it. You don't have enough juice to give it substance anymore. You have a very limited pool, and once you use that pool, it's done for the day. You're finding out right now.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's not working.
Is
Aw.
Darius straining to make this
Uh
happen?
huh. Uh huh. Like the little
Do,
vein in the side of his neck is starting to bulge out.
do you perhaps need to use the facilities first?
Mm, No, no.
He
I
kind of
think
looks up
it's.
at you like that's kind of mean.
It looks like he's trying to take a deuce.
No, you don't have to be mean about it.
I I think it's something. I think I can only do it. I think I'm limited on how often I can do it.
Well, I think it's like I said, I think it's really cool. Just I'd if my shape is something you're willing to do or you're wanting to do, I don't know. Maybe I can help you train your voice to not be so jarringly you while you're doing it.
Maybe. I'm just thinking of some of the other applications. I mean, I was just trying. Yesterday, it was just changing me skin color. Today, I wanted to try something else, and you're the first person that popped in my head. So it happened, and it worked.
I'm like that is super flattering. Thank you.
So I'm just thinking of all of the potential applications. I
I mean,
sneaking.
I'm just saying, like, so one of the things that I'm fairly okay at is kind of like listening to people speak and then kind of picking up on their dialects. It's obviously not like a perfect voice change, but you know, if you're really wanting to like, I don't know, impersonate other people, like change your form, changing, you know, working on your voice too, I think is a good like next step.
I like try and raise the pitch of my voice a little to try and match Jay's.
Ooh,
Jay is
do a
like disturbingly enthusiastic about the fact that he's able to like look like her.
Darius, make me a performance check. Let's see how well you do this.
But one.
Oh no. Your voice cracks all to hell. To the point
It's
where
okay.
you have to cough to correct it.
Everybody Sorry, everybody starts somewhere. It's okay.
All right.
I still think it's great. I still think it's great. Just maybe, like I said, my family has a bit of a name for itself, and I have to be a little bit careful about how I'm perceived by society. So, that's
Yeah,
my only air of caution.
I'll ask before I try you again. Well, I'm thinking like sneaking into blending in with crowds. I think this could have much bigger applications. I don't have to talk. I just gotta
True.
not be seen.
That's true.
What kind of name does your family have?
Well, Lagan, as I kind of mentioned, during the thing,
Mm-hmm.
La Vista, my mother,
Good.
uh,
Right.
kind of high up there in the Grioran Empire. So, me making a fool of myself, I could be disowned.
I get that, and I know your last name is La Vista, but how high up in the Grioran Empire is this? How close to the throne is this?
Um, I mean, my mother is on the council, not the emperor by any means.
But not too far removed from the throne. Gotcha.
Well, in fairness, part of the only reason I'm allowed to be out here and doing this thing and not have my nose stuffed in a bloody book on academics or finances is because of the fact that my brother became an adventurer, essentially a paladin with the crowned order of the Griorian Empire. So it was his success that let my mother see that, maybe I might have a future in this endeavor. So I really don't want to, duck it up, as they say.
I see. What is your brother's name?
Cornelius.
Cornelius La Vista. Oh. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that is incorrect. Camson.
Camson.
Camson?
Camson. That was a player error. It is Camson. Camson. Cam. So Cam. Camson. Yep. Camson.
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 Okay.
Mhm.
Camson La Vista. Okay. He's a paladin. What god does he follow?
Oh, I'm not entirely sure to be honest. I just know he's a Templar of the Crowned Order.
What gods do they follow in the Grioran Empire?
Yeah, I know
Just
religion
kidding.
isn't a huge thing in the Griorian Empire.
It's actually outlawed.
Coffee. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the Crown Order do? It's a knightly order, but he is a paladin. So that's more oath generated. So I'm not sure
Yeah.
if he even has a god.
He's not a religious paladin in that sense. It's more that he's more of a knight, and you know that he does, or at least they train them to have some kind of power. You're not necessarily too connected with the military in itself and how it works,
Yeah.
but
So
that's your basic understanding of it.
yeah, it's less I don't know. I don't think there are any gods involved. It's religion isn't really a thing in the Griorian Empire, but it's more of an oath. So he's more like a knighted paladin.
Yeah, I was curious. Most paladins follow a god, and I've been told my kind is not welcome in the Grioran Empire, so... I was
I'm
only
sorry.
curious.
No, I understand that. If I knew more, I would. I don't.
I'm
Kempson
just
and I have
curious.
been.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, we've been really close. He's my brother, and but I don't ask too many questions.
Sometimes
I
it's
have a
difficult.
tendency to screw things up occasionally, so I
And
try to
you know that he is sworn to some military secrets.
yeah. So I don't I leave his business to his business, but he's the
Nice.
one who inspired me to head out.
I would very much like to meet Kamson someday. Hopefully not in the Gringoran Empire.
I mean, I'd love to see him again someday too. Maybe one day, but anyway, that's all I like. I'm trying to make a name, for myself, and that's all. But Darius, I think it is fantastic what you can do. I'm actually really excited about it.
The more that you kept saying like you've got to like protect your name and like all this, it's starting to make Darius feel really really guilty, and he digs out like 5 gold to hand you and like, I'm sorry, I really don't, I want to make sure. I
No,
feel really
no,
no,
no, no,
you're
no,
taking
no, no,
this.
no, I'm not.
Yes, yes you
No, I'm
are.
not.
And
No, I'm not.
if
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
okay, as she's walking away, I'm gonna try and sleight of hand again into to put the 5 gold in there.
I'm going to say this is going to be a disadvantage because of the quick
Yeah.
reactions.
Yeah. So the two rolls, one is a natural 20, the other is a dirty 20. So
Since
Can I actually roll for this time since I
Yes.
am actually aware he's trying to give me some shit?
Yes, you are aware that he's trying to give you something, so yes, roll me an active perception.
Okay. Lonnie.
Meets it beats. So
17 plus 3 to perception, so a 20. Dirty 20.
so you do see that he's trying to put coins into your purse, or that his hand is by your purse. You don't know if he's trying to take coins or if he's trying to add coins. So, but you do see that his hand goes for your purse as he's in a in a kind of stealthy position to do so.
Alright, I will let it happen. And then I would like to try and sleight of hand it back into his purse.
You open up your purse. You see that you had your original money. You have an additional platinum and 5 gold, plus the 5 gold that he put in it now. And you're only just noticing that your pocket's a little heavier than it was.
Alright, so it's 11 gold in total and 1 platinum.
I think it was it was
Oh,
one
yeah.
platinum
10 gold, 1 platinum.
yeah that's correct that's correct.
I'll just do the 5. I'll just try and sleight of hand the 5 back to him on convenience.
All right, then make me a sleight of hand.
17.
Darius, I think you're fully aware of your situation right now, so you can roll an active perception.
I might not notice. That's an 8.
You feel pretty proud of yourself.
I do.
Pretty proud of yourself that you managed to get the coins into her purse and she didn't even notice. And you start to proudly walk away.
Say, how
With-
about Lagan? Lagan know anything about what just transpired?
Lagan, you can see both of them are fumbling around each other's waists. What the intentions are and what they're doing, who knows? But they definitely seem to have their hands around each other's belts from time to time. And that is what you notice, Lagon. If you're trying to say something, you're probably muted. I can't see your.
Sorry. Um, Lagon, having known Darius as long as he has, knows that Darius is often either trying to steal something from them or slip something to them. Seeing Shay do the same thing, Lagan is quietly laughing to himself, watching this go on, assuming they're both trying to slip each other some money or take money from each other. He's not quite sure how this is going, but he's laughing to himself.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you see is that their hands kind of go around each other's belts, except they're reaching for purses, and you can tell that much at least. So
I'm trying to imagine this kind of incognito chaos, like like not super obvious, but obvious enough, and it is just I'm dying inside.
I'm imagining an image where both of them are walking in lockstep, and then they have their arms kind of wrapped around each other's waists in a sense, and
Yes.
start slipping coins into their purses. Where otherwise, to any other onlooker, it might look like a sweet couple. But that is leading up to you guys seeing Clip and Clop. They are ready to go when you guys are, so you can
Yep.
arrange for.
Like, how much gold or silver needs to be spent to make sure they're outfitted for the whole journey, like whatever they have versus what they need for the whole journey, say there and back.
I'm thinking we need at least 2 weeks worth of feed for them and for ourselves.
Okay, yeah, 2 weeks worth of feed you can buy. How much did we decide that feed was per day for donkeys?
1 gold for the 2 of them gets 1 day of rations for the 2.
Was it a gold?
One gold a day gets feed for them. 1 gold a day gets the rations for us, I think. Or wait,
No, I think
2
I
days
think
is a gold for us.
I think we had also done a little bit of checking that that feed was
It's
like a
feed
gold
is
a week
5
or
copper
5 copper?
5
per
copper
animal.
Okay.
per animal per day.
Yes.
So
Okay,
it's basically 1 silver per day for both of them.
yeah, 1 silver per day for both. Because I know that I needed to, because grains and things like that are not necessarily that expensive. So,
So 14 silver for 2 weeks to add to the.
yep. So
Okay.
that would be 1 gold, 4 silver.
Shay will make a point of paying for that.
Okay, 2 weeks of food for both animals. There you are. That'll be a gold and 4 silver.
I just pay all in silver.
Okay.
Hey,
For us, we need 14 gold worth of rations.
You were
Yeah,
getting your smoked meats, and when they're ready, that does equal, like I said, 10 rations worth of meat that you would have available to you to count as a day's worth of food for 1 person. So you would have 10 rations out of the griffin jerky that you now have. So that makes up 10 meals on top of what you already had on your person before.
And then how much would it cost per person for the rest of us?
PHB costs.
it's 5 silver or 1 gold for 2 days worth of rations. It's 5 silver a day.
1
1
gold for
gold
2
for
days.
t-
Okay.
yeah.
So 1 gold for 2 days, and the kind of rations that you're gonna find are gonna be at the the butchers and the meats the meat kind of processors around here, because they're gonna have jerky for sale. They're gonna have like cured meats and things of that sort that you can cook up, and different sorts of food, primarily meats and like local grains, because there
Okay.
isn't much in the way of fruit and vegetables that's produced out here. So
Lagana's gonna spend the 8 gold that he kept from the platinum from Darius the night before to buy the rations he's looking for
okay,
himself.
okay, 8 gold will get you 16 days.
Yes.
River's gonna go ahead and buy 10 or 10 gold worth.
10 gold worth, so that'll get you 20 days.
Mhm.
And we probably can do that one more time before everyone's kind of run out of jerky. So is anybody else picking up more?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will. I'm just trying to figure out how much.
How much are you picking up, Darius?
I'll do 5 gold worth. So
Okay.
that's 10
10
days.
days. Okay.
Yeah.
And don't forget, you can also hunt and forage for food on the road as well. So you don't have to. If you're starting to run low on individual food, then you could always take that as an option, which would come down to a survival roll. But
I'm gonna pick up 8 days worth.
okay, so that will cap out the entire city's kind of available rations. In the case of food for people. Now you could always purchase raw, but that will spoil if you don't do something for it but yourself. This is what is already prepared.
I am willing to share. I just bought extra in case.
Lagan bought extra because he's already carrying Shay, so he's assuming he's sharing with Shay anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like to think that when it comes to rations, I'll mention it from now on, but like she's using the ones you're carrying first, so you don't have to keep carrying them needlessly.
Lagan doesn't mind. I just wanted you to be aware that because you hadn't said anything to me about needing rations, Lagan still has like 5 days worth of rations in his pack for you that you gave him.
Yeah, she's still currently carrying 7, but yeah, I'll mention it from now on when we like do rations. She's using up yours first.
Because
The
Lagan
one
is
that
also
you're carrying for her.
because what can't be stored on Lagan is kept in the carts as well for Clip and Clop.
The saddle packs.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you do have saddle packs on your mules. So
Yeah.
As
But-
we go to leave the horses, I'm like, or with the mules, I'm just like, come on, Harry, come on, Sally, let's go.
Okay, so how many rations did we get for Clip and Clop?
you got 14 days worth. I think you
Okay.
said.
Okay.
Good trip. Yep.
Just want to keep that up to
Their
date.
names, Darius, are
It's
Cliff and
up
Clop.
to date aside from
Harry, Sally, got it.
No, not Harry, Sally. Clip and Clop.
Um,
Clipper and Clopper.
because they were stabled, add 6 days worth of rations for Clip and Clop for a total of 22 days worth of rations for them.
Yeah, because they were boarded, so they
Yeah.
Okay.
whatever rations you had for them already, you now have an addition to from before. So
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, that's up to date.
all right. So does that
George,
mean
Fred.
does that mean that the party is ready to leave?
I still have to make the trip to the smith that I saw before
Yes.
we went to go hunt the griffins.
Okay. And what were you picking up from them?
He was going to make some more spears.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah, he does have 2 available now.
Okay, I was going to buy the 2 spears from him.
Let me see what those prices would be.
They weren't super expensive, if I remember correctly.
I want a price. I don't want just the stats. They're 1 gold each.
I will hand him 24 silver.
Okay. He says, that's generous. Thank you very much for the tip.
Thank you for getting these done.
Yeah, much appreciated. If you're back this way, we'd certainly welcome your patronage.
Thank you. So now I have 2 spears.
Yep. And you can pull from the compendium the statistics on plain old spears.
Okay.
They're well made. They're just
Yes.
fairly ordinary.
They're common. So.
Yep. All right. Does that mean that all shopping is concluded?
I believe so.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Then our party of adventurers is back on the road. And Kinwin, you said you wanted to forage for some herbs while you're on the road?
For me, would be nice.
Sorry, what was that? It cut out real bad.
Doing that and hunting for me would be nice.
Okay. So for the herb foraging, go ahead and make me a survival roll.
I'll wave my staff in front of me, say Arwin Yad to cast guidance on myself.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 3 plus 4, 19.
19. As you're making your way along the road, through the mountain pass, once more through the Kinos Hills, kind of going up the road from Tri Point towards the Kinos Hills, you are very familiar with this sort of layout and area, and you're starting to find that the herbs are pretty abundant here, and so in this case, you'll have collected enough for half a potion so far. And this is going to be over the course of a couple of days, because this is going to be kind of a bit of long travel.
Okay, yeah.
And so
And oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to give one of the spears to Darius.
Okay.
Before we set out on this trip.
Mm-hmm.
And extra weapons can never hurt. And I also wanted to see if I could help with foraging for the herbs that Kenwin's been looking for.
Oh.
As we're traveling.
Okay, then that would have been an advantage.
Yeah, I would have helped out as well.
Yeah, that would be an advantage. You can only do advantage once. So does that change the roll, or does it make it the same? Found the floor doesn't count.
No change. Rolled a 6 instead of a 12.
Oh, okay. So that's a 19 in total. So that counts for that's going to be your foraging roll for the 3 days to get to the fork in the road, or it's not. That's more like a day and a half to the fork in the road. In which case you have enough for half a potion in that roll. You're now at the fork where you could either go back to Red Hawk Keep, or you can go up towards the Kinos Hills, which I imagine you're going up towards the Kinos Hills. So, and with Rune having collected a map of the region, you actually don't have to make any survival rolls to stay, to stay on course or stay just to keep from getting lost. So you're
Welcome.
Wow,
Yay!
One time.
while while we're traveling, is there any opportunity where like Shay could, basically approach Ruin and be like, uh so remember what you asked about before? Uh if basically if I can find like a private moment where it could either be like in the tent or off somewhere privately, she would approach Ruin about the study they talked about before, since we're getting closer to the druids.
I do. It was within my intention to ask in town. Everyone seemed rather busy and appropriating rooms at the time and accommodations.
I had thought about that too, but I felt bad when there were only 2 rooms, so it didn't feel right to not, share it. But basically I want to make sure that it's just like me and Room. Either we're off behind a tree or we're privately in the tent, something along those lines, like at night or like in the middle of the night or something like that. Because privacy is important.
Yep. You have a private moment.
Yep.
So yeah, so Shay will approach and be like, so yeah, so I've been testing some things. I can I've been practicing. And I just recently discovered I won't tear my clothes when I do it, which is what I wanted to confirm before trying anything, because I mean, I don't know your preference, but I would prefer not to be naked during it.
Whatever is most comfortable for you, Shay.
So,
My intent is to understand you.
So you've already seen this, and she will drop Shay to be the faceless, transparent thing. And she will just kind of like turn around and be like, so there's this. This came out when I was like 5 years old. But I can then do this, and then the faceless, transparent thing will start to change shape again, but will and she actually makes sure to loosen her corset and all her clothes, so her clothes are fairly loose, and then she shifts into Darius.
And Rune is very intrigued. His eyes kind of refocus like a small camera that's just neat.
And it's a near perfect replication too.
You have quite an aptitude at this.
It took some time, and it will sound like Darius, I think, right? Coffee?
Yep. You'll sound
Yep,
like Darius.
It does sound like Darius's voice.
Can Rune determine if this is like some magical effect or such?
He has a pretty high aptitude for magic. Go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Mm-hmm. That is going to be a 19.
You kind of take a look at Shay as she's transforming, and based on your observations, you're not really seeing any kind of magical essence of any kind. You're watching her as she transforms, and you see, and and you see very, very kind of almost a natural melding of when she goes from that transparent kind of black beady-eyed form to a taller purple tiefling with golden eyes with the round horns. And and when as you're watching her do this, you try to think of any kind of magical transformation that you've ever seen, and the closest thing that you could approximate is some kind of metamorphosis magic. But from what you can tell, Shay is not performing magic on herself. She's not uttering any words. She's not touching any kind of trinket on her person. She's not making any gestures with her hands. She is simply standing there in front of you, and her visage changes. So from what you can tell, it's not a spell.
Rune pulls out his notebook, jots down some quick details and writings, and he gets up and approaches Shay, now currently in the form of Darius. If I might, I request to see the other form again. I'm not sure how you would define it.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Alright. So, action to go back to Shay?
To the changeling plan.
Yeah, the
Oh, so she
transparent
starts
and
to change to Shay, and then you're like,
no,
wait,
the other form.
So she will, yeah, she'll go back to faceless. She definitely is way, like, she's most comfortable as Shay. She's not super comfortable as Darius, but she is super uncomfortable. Like, I would say it's palpable. She hates the way she looks like this, but she does do it.
And you see Shay, he pulls out his notebook and he does a very, very defined study of your face in this form.
Which is,
What?
like she said, near featureless, kind of blank slate.
Mm-hmm.
An opening for
Smile's
mouth
a
and
little too
nose.
big.
Yeah.
And puts his hand underneath your chin for just a moment and lifts it up to get a clear view. And as you turn your head a bit, back down.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very gentle how he does it. Trying very intently to be mindful of your discomfort. And once he's done, turns through the images once more and looks to you. It appears that this ability of yours is rather organic. There's no illusion to it.
Yeah, do you still need this?
Be as you are most comfortable. I appreciate your time.
And she'll definitely kind of sigh and shape back into Shay. 5'2" Shay. With kind of a sigh. And she says, all I know is that I was adopted, and around the age of 5, I looked in a mirror and I saw that, and I haven't known what to do with it, and I've hidden it ever since. And it wasn't until touching that stupid crystal out on the fucking mountaintop that I'd ever lost control of this form. And like after some experimentation, like getting to know everybody here, I've been able to kind of practice different shapes, like Darius.
It's a unique ability. I understand from your history that perhaps the discomfort lies in not just the shock of it, but also concerns of your family.
I just don't want people to think I'm a monster.
Hard to imagine you such. You are far from.
Like, my family doesn't even know. We were all of us. I have 10 siblings and all of us are adopted.
Well, Rune will take a piece from his journal and he will take out a page and it's a portrait of you in your most comfortable form.
Hmm.
It's very fine sketch. Every region of your face is like smooth and perfected. And it's a lovely image. And it's just head up.
It's thank you, Rune. It's really it's really nice to trust someone else, I guess is the I'm not super good at feelings or words, but it's something I've been afraid of for a really long time, and it's really kind of nice for somebody to look at it like it isn't terrifying.
You know what it looks like beneath the moonlight. You seem to glow. Wonderful treats.
This is still between us though, right?
Absolutely. I would never reveal your secrets.
Okay. She hugs you.
And you see he freezes, his arms just like, ah! And he's
As soon
frozen
as you say that, she's just like,
he's frozen for a moment like that.
It's a hard surface, this armor, but somehow you feel warmth from the body inside. So there is
And
that.
Shay, there's also one more thing you do here. Somehow, some way, you hear a heartbeat.
yeah,
And
she holds on for a second. Here's the bup. Sorry, go ahead.
after a moment, he finally relaxes and just puts a hand on her head, pats it gently. And that's the best he has for the hug back is just
she like before it starts to get awkward, she lets go. And she looks almost embarrassed, but she just kind of looks up at you, Rune, and says, thank you, and just thank you.
my thanks to you. It's an honor.
Um, So I don't know much else, but is there any other questions I can potentially answer
I'm sure
at
there will
this
be
point
more
in
that
time?
come.
Okay.
I'm sure there will be more in the future. For now, well, for now, my priorities is making sure that this is kept safe.
Thank you. And so she'll, as it's kind of, you know, dying down or whatever, wherever we are, you know, she'll kind of start, if it's like in the tent, you know, she'll open, kind of head towards the tent door, and she will say, um and you know, I really hope we find what you're looking for at the ziggurat.
Thank you. I certainly hope so too. He seems to nervously flip through his book, searching for something but not quite finding it. I'm also bad at expressing what I need to communicate, but I value your companionship.
I I like you too, Rune.
Hey. And he'll politely nod, and with that, probably enter sentry mode when Shay disappears into the tent.
Yep, Shay won't linger awkwardly. She'll, yep. I like you too, Rune, and then she will depart.
Ugh. That was cute. Wow.
I loved it.
Yes.
That was super
Very
cute.
And thus concludes day 2 on the road. You're just past the Y going towards the Kenos Hills. And so you are you are waking on the 3rd day of your travel towards Kenos Hills, going through the road. And without any kind of interruptions, you see the only things that you see along the road that would be of any interest to you are you see that there are plenty of spaces where uh, maybe some like abandoned graveyards or some overgrown like stone structures or things of that sort. But a lot of things are starting to be decorated in the colors of the including along the road, decorated in the colors of the kingdom, with banners um, of the sort of the iconography of the kingdom in sort of a mourning fashion, where it's becoming more and more known that the prince has passed and that the country as a whole is mourning his departure. And the sentiment that you get from a lot of the graveyards and the graveyard decorations that are starting to come across is almost a country in loss. That the people that you pass by as are speaking in their native tongue, and as you're passing by them, and if River translates, they'll definitely seem worried. Some carts and other travelers along the road seem to be very worried about the state of the state of the kingdom, because King Reyes does not have another heir, and he's a wizened old elf as well as his wife. And so bearing another heir is long past their due. So who's going to claim succession rights of the kingdom should the king pass? And some are hopeful for a particular baron of note, but others are worried that a particular agent, a particular baron in the kingdom will be making a huge push for becoming the successor to the kingdom of Argyll. And
Do they mention any particular names?
let's see. The I'm looking here. Who was it? I'm looking. I have my notes here. Sorry. They're worried that Kamikita Kaiji and Aarakocra Beastfolk, the tyrants of the Pelwell Barons in Kombe, will be making a push for the succession. Others are hopeful that some of the other barons, like some from the Genasi, Yukio, Inosuke, or Shusaka Hiro, would take up the succession, as they would be far more benevolent than Kaiji would be as a successor to this to the throne. And as some of the travelers that you're seeing are coming from the Barrens and from the Twilight Grove area, that's what they're primarily concerned about, is that their land baron, a tyrant of a man, is going to take over the kingdom. He is not a kind ruler.
And River would relay all this information to the party. He, in particular, wouldn't really make any comments either which way. He doesn't seem to care about the affairs. Although might at some points just kind of look to Kinwin to see if any of this is affecting him.
So far, no, but we'll see who winds up succeeding.
Political turmoil is never good.
No, it's not.
Oh, it
Everyone started
always
by a
seems.
possible murder.
Well, why is it that always that the common folk seem to suffer the most?
Because rich are able to line their pockets more easily. Common folk, they get stepped on.
I wish that wasn't so.
But you continue your travels for the next few days through the Kinos Hills. The upward travel is easy. It is fairly easy going. yes, you're able to continue following the map that you have as a guide. And the Kinos Hills are beautiful. They're really the broadest, widest passageway between the mountains, as the highest point doesn't really in the hills themselves don't really necessarily get all that high, whereas some of the mountain peaks that surround you on both sides, uh, some of them are still snow ridden, and the spring, sort of mid spring melt hasn't really hit them in a particular fashion. They're still very much capped in white. But as you travel through this broad passageway, through hills, through the well traveled path, the easiest route, it's a it's definitely wide enough here that several carts could be riding side by side with each other if if they wanted to, but it's definitely very easily walked through this particular part, as the trees are few and far between, and rocky terrain is scarce. But it takes you about 3 days to get through the to the hills and through them, and as you make your way over the highest points in this particular passageway, you start to see the thickening of the forest and the reddish dunes of the desert beyond you. The uh, the trees and the dunes seem to almost butt up against each other, as if a line has been kind of cut in the sand, and the it's almost as if the tree line itself is creating a sort of barrier in the landscape as you look out and peer out towards the horizon in this flat land. And you definitely can see that there are some of the desert kind of rock structures that you would typically see, and the a lot of sand looks like it comes from that desert. But you you kind of veer yourself into the direction of the forest, and on day 4, you start making your way down the hills towards the forest. And so there you are.
Does that forest line look semi-obvious to anyone, ominous to anyone else? Dark Wolf, I think you're muted.
Muted. I always mute myself. From what I gather, the sands have been spreading in recent years.
Just such a stark contrast. Is anybody else familiar with deserts?
Been growing. Taking
So just-
over the Twilight Road.
I have
So
a
just
question.
righty ho.
Coffee,
Yes.
was Starfall technically kind of like that, or no?
Fallfire is more of a
Fallfire.
plains, kind of a plains kind of area. There's a lot of flat land, a lot of like flatland grasses and things like that. That's what you'd primarily see in the Fallfire country. This is probably more akin to something that's also happening in the Grioran Empire, Shay, where the desert in the center of the country is sort of slowly swirling outwards, slower, and the graduation between the desert and the surrounding landscapes are a little more gradual than this kind of stark contrast that you're seeing here. But where on both sides of the world, both countries are suffering from a sort of desertification, it seems a bit intriguing to those who would care.
Are there particular monsters that like the Grioran that like would be plaguing the Grioran Empire in this that she would be aware of? Like if something similar is happening in the Grioran Empire, is there something that she would have heard of like
As far as like desert
particular
animals,
dangers? Yeah, like particular dangers that might be associated with areas where the desert is, involved and like progressing into.
I will ask for a nature check.
Great. 11.
You haven't done a whole lot of visiting of the desert yourself, but as far as from what you can
It's
tell
not in the biology books.
in the books that you had a keen interest in reading, you know that there are tendencies for some rather large creatures to be out in the deserts. Giant worms come to mind. But you also heard have also played to the idea that some of the myths might be true, that there are rock creatures that kind of wander the desert too.
So Shay, I don't think Shay says anything. She just seems mildly discomforted. That's all. She's like has an eye out, like she's like watching the dunes and like looking at like every rock that we pass, like every sizable rock. She's like, but moving on.
Used to be safer, but it's been getting more dangerous over the years.
How fast are these deserts growing?
Can you estimate about 5 to 6 inches a year, which is significantly fast compared to other natural phenomena.
5 to 6 inches per year.
Is this the same where you're from, Shay?
Coffee?
The desert probably creeps a little closer to like half an inch a year in the Greenland Empire.
Yeah,
If
not
that.
not quite that much. Like it's not even really close in the Grioran Empire. I've read a little too much on I'm just paranoid. Don't mind me. I'm sure I'm just paranoid.
Shay, you almost see like a heat mirage take the shape of something that you're not quite entirely fond of in the distance, in the very, very distance.
Like, wherever Ruin is, she just like sidles herself between either Ruin or Lagan to wherever the thing is.
You okay there, Shay?
Yeah, I just have an overactive imagination, I'm pretty sure. So she, like, pulls out the little cat trinket that River gave her and, like, starts, fixating on it. Just like, nope, I'm not overthinking this right now. I'm not. Nope, no, I'm not.
Well, we could have told you that, hon. But
Watching Shay's behavior look in the direction she's looking as she's nervously fidgeting around and moving, is there anything there?
You see heat mirages coming off of the desert in the way distant horizon, but that's really about it. You see the atmosphere kind of warps and shapes and kind of twists and turns in the extreme heat. But you kind of look over to the forest, and you don't see the same kind of heat coming from it. You see, it just looks like an ordinary kind of oak wood forest. Maybe even redwoods, like tall, like very tall trees and they're starting to get closer as you're continuing to walk, and you see that some of these trees are massive. That they start to the tree line itself kind of creeps up into the Tahinos hills and kind of envelops all of you, and you start to lose sight of the desert as you're continuing to travel into like day 5 and 6, and you're you see that uh, you have more of that sort of forest atmosphere where you're getting a lot of the greenery on rocks. You're getting a lot of roots that have kind of dived out of the earth and dived back in. You see that that there are many trees in here that are 20 feet wide at the radius, and others that you see kind of through the other trees in the distance that could be wider than that. You couldn't even know. And there's other small brush and very tall kind of forest greenery that kind of vines and snakes around the road, and the road itself is really the only safe place to step, it seems, as the rest is kind of marshy and wet. And as the days go by, you can feel that you can hear the rain on the tops of the canopies, but hardly any of it is reaching down to the forest floor, except sliding down these massive tree trunks. And so it feels very isolated in a sort of way. And as you're reaching the base of the Kinos Hills themselves and transitioning into the forest proper, the one landmark that you do see kind of off the distance in a clearing off the road is there's this massive waterfall that comes off of the mountains and creates a sort of lake underneath it that kind of leaks into a sort of large river down the other side. And this is perhaps the only real clearing that you see in the forest itself. And beyond it is a fairly slim tree line and the desert beyond it. As if this particular waterfall seems to be holding the desert back in this particular region of the world. And so as you're walking towards the Surefall Glades, as it were, this clearing with a waterfall, Kinwin, this is very, very much starting to feel like home. You know that they're always nearby, but they always kind of pack up and move to the most appropriate place in the forest. You don't really know 100% where they are at any given time, but you know that should you travel along the Sure Falls and the river going towards the Gray Depths, you know that you'll find them eventually.
And start searching in Surefall and then head down to the Gray Depths after that.
In that case, Kinwin, I would like you to make a survival check. Because this is you searching for your people.
Can I assist him?
You can. Grant him advantage.
Yep.
And I will cast guidance on myself again.
Fantastic.
It was a what check?
Survival.
So 13 plus 2 plus 4, 19.
19. Alright. You do some searching, and you kind of go... you kind of guide the party towards this small lake that forms underneath the waterfall of the Surefall. The the water runs deep and blue, and as you're kind of walking along the sort of now that you're off the road, you're kind of walking at a bit of slower pace between all of you, and the the you do see evidence that they have been here recently, but they may have moved on, and so you continue to follow along the river, this very wide river, and you know that primarily they stay on this side of the river itself because of the forest itself, and um, and so during this first day, you do see evidence that they were here recently, but they have since moved on. So this is going to make day 8 that you're coming up on.
We're not lost, right?
No, they just travel around. They're kind of nomadic and whatnot.
We're just a little bit behind them, according to the campsite around here.
Okay. Is there like a special call or password or anything?
When you would know that occasionally, if they were to be, if they go for long periods of time without any evidence, you would see words in Druidic carved into possibly like a fallen log, something that's not currently living. That would be in good markers that you would be able to follow, and you do come across one of these on day 8.
Yeah, I'd like to examine the marker to see what it says.
It's it kind of says in Druidic, and it's meant to look like it's just part of the natural carving into the wood, or the natural striations of the wood, and Druidic has always been kind of a flowing script, kind of a language, in that regard, and you look carefully at this log that's fallen that you know has been you can tell has been purposely placed here, and you kind of run your fingers along it, and you can tell that in Druidic it says uh, it says home, and you know that the usual quote home is another day or so travel from here.
It should be within a day or so of us.
You can win.
What was that?
I said I trust you, Kinwin.
Thank you.
All right. Then on day number 9, unless there's something
Before-
else.
Yes. Rune wanted to ask, before we meet your people, are there any customs we need to be aware of?
They're a little wary of outsiders, but it shouldn't be that bad since you're here with me.
Inwin's a bit of a rebel.
Other than that, our religion's customs are usually highly personal, and we don't really expect anyone not of the faith to partake in them.
At this point, Rune looks to River. You say it is rebellious that we're here?
The Kindred's people are he put it as wary as of outsiders. They don't trust. It's when Kinwin found me and brought me in. It took a while for them to trust me in any capacity.
Shay is like instantly on edge now.
And to be frank, at the time, I was injured, so I wasn't posing a threat.
Do not wish to inquire any ire. What would be considered disrespectful?
Um, honestly, just be just be respectful. Just say your please and thank yous, and you should get fine.
Well, and that's really all Rude wanted to know.
As we've been traveling each new day, the aid has been passing from individuals to individuals. For
Mm-hmm.
the next day, Kinwin, Darius, and Shay will have aid.
All right. And so you'll have one more day of travel. That, according to Kinwin, as you sort of get closer, you in the forest. I would like. I would like an Arcana check from one person. Who would like to take it?
I have a +5 to it.
+2.
I can go ahead and make it.
Okay, Rune.
I cast no magic, so not me.
That is going to be 12 plus 5 is 17.
17. There's something odd as you're traveling along the forest. It's just something about this place just seems weird. Almost you can't put your finger on it. What exactly feels weird about it? But there's just some kind of you stare out into the distance across the river, across towards the distant desert on the horizon, the sort of mesa plateaus that start to peak up in the very far distance, and the stark contrast between greenery and the red sands and rocks of the desert beyond. It's just weird, and you can't necessarily put your finger on it.
Weird,
Like it feels magical, but when you do any kind of, because I know that you had to identify and can prepare it whenever you like and use it as a ritual, so I'm just going to go ahead and give it to you. You as you're traveling, that
I was about to ask.
yeah, because I know that that's a ritual that you could prepare one day when you're feeling like it, but because no cost for a ritual, so you try to put your finger on it with an identify, and nothing really pinpoints to you as a sort of school of magic, but somehow it feels magical in nature. And how that is, why that is, even with identify, you can't put your finger on it.
Rune turns to Kinwin and River. I sense there's a magical effect about us. I'm unable to determine it. Something is certainly unusual in this area. You two are most comprehensive of this region. Do you know of this?
Possibly you're sensing the turmoil in the land that's causing the desert to grow and the forest to shrink.
Are these forests known for any such auras?
This forest
Plenty
is
of
also
temples to the wild mother and around it, in and around.
also the druids who live here. Their their religious activities often involve protection of the forest. So what you're sensing could be uh of a more celestial nature.
Are we stepping into a ward?
Not
Being just the Hellwell Desert for now. That is the biggest threat to the forest.
not so much a ward. Uh, it's more. I am not good with common. There's more to it. It's not a spell. It is a ritual.
More divine in nature?
More nature in nature. Let's put it. It's a little more of the
Nature
natural
is
sense.
divine.
Yes.
Let me see here. I'm almost curious if maybe there's like some invisible thing going on. So I'm gonna look at Fairy Fire as a spell really fast.
Okay. Very fire covers a space. I believe it's 20 feet in diameter,
Yeah, and it lasts for 1 minute.
but it does reveal invisible things.
Yeah, sure. I'll use a spell slot on that.
Okay. Are you doing it right in front of you, or doing it right on top of yourself? Are you doing it at a distance from you?
20-foot cube. Probably wherever I'm able to pinpoint like the most
It
effect. Like I imagine it's all around us, but
you like looking out towards the river is probably where you feel the strongest effect in a way. And so when you can cast it on the edge of the river if you'd like.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Okay. You cast this sort of glittering dust that seems to kind of in a space about 20 feet tall and 20 feet wide. This sort of dust manifests as Rune finishes up a spell and kind of hangs in the air. And when you it kind of settles on the rocks. It kind of settles in the air a little bit. It kind of settles
Are you saying my guy has a glitter cannon?
It, that's how a lot of people have often described fairy fire. But when you kind of look through this sort of field that you've created in that way, you see that a bird enters into it, and the dust kind of attaches to the bird a little bit as it peeks into the space, and as it flies away, that there's no longer any trace of that on it. You you don't sense anything invisible or any kind of barrier that's even the um, blocking this fairy fire cloud that you've created, and it doesn't reveal anything invisible, and um, but when the bird flies in, it does kind of outline it in the sort of glow, that sort of dust, and then as it flies away out of the space, it's no longer affected. And then when the spell fades, it's as if the dust never existed.
Spell works fine, and there's nothing invisible occurring.
Not in that space.
Rin takes out his journal, goes ahead and jots down some quick notes. Mostly notating what sort of effects he's experiencing here at this particular border.
Mm-hmm.
It seems as though the river's is protecting and stopping whatever sort of spread this is transpiring. The effect halts there.
Should we just cross the river then?
And you see this river is several hundred feet wide.
Kind of just as a point of traveling. Anytime that we were camped, River would make a point to go swimming.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you guys haven't been near water, aside from on the ship, you guys haven't really been near water. You can just tell that River just loves to be soaked in water. He will dive in, spend like an hour or two before bed, just chilling, just having a blast.
River cats.
Mm-hmm.
Lagan would also be joining River in the water as well.
And it's got a nice sort of pebblish beach on it, and it's not very rocky in a lot of the places on this river.
Yeah. This is also the only time that River is not covering his arm, so you can see the full extent of the scarring. He's already kind of revealed it to everyone, so he's not trying to hide it too much, but whenever he's walking normally, he has it covered. But this is the only time where, like, yeah, it's there.
Jay kind of watches from the sidelines and encourages any tomfoolery that might occur in the water, but otherwise, she stays on the bank.
Ririn also stays on the bank. But you notice he starts doing a small little task of stacking stones for some reason.
Vanya would have gone swimming. In fact,
Alright.
probably would have tried to start a water fight with River.
River
Look,
will
Why
win.
not?
Lagan would hold his breath and dive under, and then grab both of their feet and pull them down.
Da-na, da-na-na-na-na-na.
You introduce water to a D&D campaign, and everybody suddenly wants to get wet.
Ooh, is this going to be our swimming session?
No, not everybody.
I can just see it. Just, they're all out there. They're watching these guys swim around. All of a sudden, you just hear this loud "What the fucking?"
Hot spring session at Sherfall. Hot spring session at Sherfall.
Is Darius swimming too and Vanya?
Vanya
Yeah,
is for
Vanya's
sure.
yeah.
Darius is just on the side watching.
Okay, so it's just like Darius, Shay, and Rune like occupying themselves from the bank.
Yes. As confident as Lagan is on land, he's even more so in the water.
The whole party loves water, pretty much.
I go swimming too, but not before I put on my sexy swimwear, which we should all just assume that I have.
Oh
And
no,
it's just got like a
River
token
is
leaf.
River is not wearing anything. He takes everything off to go swimming.
Lagan takes everything off to go swimming as well.
Rune is done analyzing the river. He's going back to the tents.
Yeah, so is Shay. When there's nakedness abroad, yeah, no, so is Shay.
Splash the people on the bank before
She's like,
they leave.
as soon as Rune turns around, she's like, wait, Rune, I'm coming with you. Hold on. Wait, don't go. I have something to tell you.
So to splash the guys, Lagan stands where he can just barely get both arms and his entire wingspan, and then claps his hand together to throw a huge wave at them.
Ooh, yeah.
Absorb elements. No, just kidding.
Destroy water!
Create water, just make rainfall.
Fantastic. Well, that's beautiful. Love to see it. And as everyone's finishing up their little dip in the water for the few days that they've been on the riverbank, kind of camping as they're traveling, occasionally having little water fights, little soothing bathes in the very cold, mind you, water. It is.
I'm fine. What are you talking about?
This is perfect.
It's mighty cold because it is snow runoff, but you eventually, after the last day's of travel, you're seeing that it is now about the 10th day that you've been traveling with the seven of you and your two mules, and Kinwin, you're starting to see evidence in the treetops where you see the sort of collapsible like treehouse structures of your people are becoming evident as you look deeper into the woods, and you would know this particular section along the river to be home, the usual home for any long periods of time that that your people are not kind of traveling along the entire span of the forest. And so you start to see the sort of, while there are some structures to this particular little village, a lot of it looks like it could be packed up and carried off in a day's notice. A lot of it is collapsible. A lot of it is either made of temporary materials or made to be temporary. It is a village that looks like they could move at any moment, but also have the sort of solid structures of a sort of town in a way. You see that there are kind of a couple of of logs that have been converted into sort of lantern posts in uh, in in that way, and you would know from the distance that anyone traveling down the river or anyone traveling down the road to the south wouldn't necessarily see the village from their particular vantage points if they were taking a boat or taking a cart or anything like that. This is completely off the beaten path, as you well know it, and possibly the first person to greet you as this person comes down from one of the treetops and kind of shimmies down a sort of rope ladder. The a person that you see is one of the younger people of the village. A a young lad who's still growing up, seems about 12, 13 years old, and kind of it's a he's half elf, kind of small for his age, but looks like a sturdy kid. Kind of looks up at you, kind of cocks his head. It speaks to you uh, in in the Argyll Common. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. He kind of looks you up and down at your armor investments, Kinwin, and kind of cocks his head a little at you, kind of cocks his head at the rest of the party. Visitors?
I'm the child of Thalia Silveroak. I wish to find her so I may talk to her.
Uh, the Guildmaster wasn't expecting visitors.
I was supposed to be away longer than this, but certain events have caused me to return soon.
They promise they'll be on their best behavior.
Okay. You just stay right there. And he runs off into the village. Or what you potentially see is more that he kind of runs up into a structure and kind of follows some rope ladders and rope bridges into use, and everyone can see into the canopies now that there are sort of tree houses, it seems. And after a little while, you see that you see an older woman, kind of a grizzled old lady who is just kind of uh, walking with this young lad. Kind of has as she gets closer, she has piercings, and her hair is kind of tossed up into a her gray hair is kind of tossed up into a kind of messy bun on the top of her head. Her nose is wide and her wrinkles are deep, and her eyes are deep set and kind of beady looking, and she's wearing, you know, kind of uh, looks like handmade uh, uh, sort of like soft clothing. Like it doesn't look like it's made of any kind of processed material like cotton or anything like that. It looks like it is made of individual pelts from different beasts, and it's kind of ramshackle together. But seems to fit her as she's kind of walking with a bit of a limp and a walking stick. And she kind of she kind of looks up at you, Kinwin, and takes her staff and beats you over the head with it.
What'd I do?
You stupid boy, why'd you bring people here?
They are my allies. They have helped me so far, and we are trying to help each other.
Good afternoon, Miss Silverwolf.
Oh, you shut your mouth, you silly boy.
Lagan stands up from having squatted down on his heels. Ma'am, Kinwin said you may be able to assist us with something we are looking into.
Shay very much wants to be invisible right now.
Whoop-de-freaking do. I'm not here to be some kind of oh, I don't know, some kind of toy in your sort of weird, I don't know what it is that you're doing, but I don't want any part of it.
He said you have a library that could possibly assist us with some research.
We found crystals that claimed to be the Dryadith Titan, and that were, you know, put in jail or whatever by the Wild Mother.
Amongst a few other things we would like to
He
research.
was bound.
There's well, I don't make a habit of talking to outsiders. For all I know, you're here to cause trouble and burn down my forests and
She will see on Lagan's armor images more of a water nature still associated with the Wild Mother.
And she kind of reaches out and points a very stiffened finger against like your holy symbol that's hanging around your neck, and even if you're an agent of the Wild Mother, I don't know you. I don't trust you. I don't like you.
Not a
Trust him
request.
implicitly.
It is all right, ma'am. That is not a requirement. If you will just give us assistance in letting us peruse your library to find this information that we need, we will leave you in peace.
Mother, we would just like access to the library. That's not too much to ask.
It's not too much to ask, he says. It's not too much to bring visitors, he says. He's a...
I'll make sure everyone is on their best behavior.
You're the worst of it. You're the worst one. You're the one who encourages him to be so foolhardy.
I know.
This is my son we're talking about.
And I've been taking very good care of him. Look at him, he's taller.
No, he's fucking scrawny. You need to be eating, boy.
You know,
Where?
I told him he needs more protein in his diet, but he doesn't want to eat all the meat I bought.
Purchasing meat. She starts to go into a bit of a grumble, and she starts walking back towards the sort of treehouse village, as she's kind of grumbling to herself under her breath. And she then reaches back. Then reaches back and kind of grabs you, Kinwin, by your ear and starts pulling you with her, and and kind of looks at you. Why are you here? You were going on a pilgrimage. I'm pleased you're back. I'm going to feed you before you leave. But why are you here?
We ran into other quests on the way that required information.
And you didn't think to... Well, I suppose I didn't actually let you... Well, sending messages ahead is not exactly in our way. But these are city folk. I can tell. I can smell it on him. That one, especially. He's wearing all sorts of metal.
Sure, yes, but
Industry.
this one with all sorts of metal also got a lead on a mysterious ziggurat in the desert.
Yes, I've heard of that one too.
You never know, that might have something to do with the growth.
Maybe it does. But I'm not bothering myself with that right now. I'm bothering myself with feeding my son. I'm gonna make you a hearty stew, and you're going to eat it.
Yes, Mother.
And she kind of climbs up in her kind of rickety old body with her walking stick, climbs up a short set of stairs leading up to a sort of spiraling walkway up the tree a little bit to a sort of like a sort of yurt that's been attached to the side of the tree and supported by branches and ropes and things. You notice that nothing in this particular set of village, though, that nothing seems to be nailed in or spiked or anything else into the trees. That everything is attached in a more temporary kind of manner, where knots are tied, where supports are kind of wedged into place, and the support comes from the actual tree itself, more than anything else, and so she goes up into the, and it's this little yurt that she kind of lives in is rather small, so she instructs you all to stay down, and she brings down kind of a bag full of things. She's got cooking pots. She's got firewood. She's got a number of different foods, and she starts to set up a sort of cooking fire a little ways away in a sort of flattened area with mostly dirt, and so she sets up a cooking fire and starts throwing everything into the cooking pot with some water, and just lets it simmer for a while, kind of looking at all of you and kind of stirring as she does.
While she's cooking, River's just gonna walk up. Do you need any help, Ms. Silveroak?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
All right, but if you do, I'm right here.
I know, River. I know. Now, what is it that you all want here? And I think that is where we will pick up next time. In which case, that will end tonight's session, and we'll pick up there next time.
Yay.
Yay!
Excellent game.
I'm glad.
Indeed.
I'm glad you guys like it. Glad you guys had fun.
We made good progress.
Yeah, you did.
A lot today.
But yes, I love this game, and I'm sorry if I was picking on you a little too much there, Kinwin, but she definitely seemed like the kind of crotchety old woman.
Such
no,
grandma energy.
I loved it because it let me play into like, oh yeah, I'm like the favorite best friend that's come over and always super polite.
But yes,
She
kind of.
can't be mad at me.
But yes, I wanted to give you a little bit of a she's a stubborn old bint, but you love her.
Lagon's looking around at the entire village and assuming he's sleeping on the ground.
Yeah,
It's probably pretty safe
Shay
to
is
assume.
intimidated and wants to be as small as freaking possible.
There should be some rooms hollowed out from some trees.
They actually would not do that because they don't want to disturb the trees themselves. So everything that
Unless the hollow's already there, they're not putting one in.
yeah, if anything they're kind of like kind of think of how like tents are very temporary and yurts are a little bit more like more permanent version than that. It's kind of like everything about the structure is kind of wrapped around the tree but not into the tree. So
They're
these
like stick lean-tos.
yeah,
Very
like
naturalist.
like lean-tos or anything like that. Temporary structures that can be picked up and moved anytime they need to because they're not intending ever to stay in one place at one time. Pretty much, so, the reason that they're even in this place is because it's a fairly common place for them to come back to. But yeah, everything about the way that they live is temporary, so they don't make any permanent damage to any of the existing life around them because the forest is hurting enough as it is. So that's a little bit of insight into the druids of Kinred Silverwolf, and so yeah, but yeah, thank you guys for playing. You guys are great.
Thank you for running.
I hope
I love this table.
I hope I wasn't too grandma-ish with with Thalia.
No, I thought it was great.
I think she's
Loved it.
I think she's great. I hope you like her, Kinwin, or Woden. So she's I didn't know how she would be until I actually put her on the screen and was like, yes, she is. She is a strange old woman.
That was fun.
Good. Well, thank you guys so much for playing, and thank you so much to the audience for watching. We are now going to move into some experience. So, you get your 5 for showing up for the day.
Yay.
Dope.
You are going to get you're going to get 1 for collecting your gold and 1 for making progress on the road towards the Surefall Glades, and another 2 for making it to Surefall and to the druids. So that's an additional +4. And now the way that yeah, so it's 5 for showing up, and then it's 4 for the different objectives that you've completed for today. So, in that regard, we also have additional bonus experience for our players who who have kind of performed in a sort of extraordinary roleplay fashion for moving a plot, for having a best scene, and for having a best line. And do we have Black Wolf with us today? We might not. I don't know. But I'll get the poll started for our audience favorite vote. But who do we feel had moved the plot the furthest today?
I vote for Rune.
Yeah, I'd say either Rune for getting that information, or Kinwin for where we are now, getting us to the Surefall Glade.
I'd say Rune.
I tend to go back to when I'm unmuted. Double check.
No,
You're
I
not
can
muted.
hear you.
Good. To go back to Rune only because the map also assisted in getting us here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm for Rune.
Oh, thank you. I'll take it.
Then Rune it is. And I do have the audience favorite vote pulled up, so exclamation point vote and the character's name as you see them on the screen, so that you can get the votes going. So don't forget about that poll up there, bye guys. But that being said, for the next point of experience, who had our best scene?
I'm gonna throw in for starting the water party.
I throw in either for Vanya or Darius for the whole shooting the apple.
Ooh.
I personally enjoyed that scene between Shay and Rune. The private moment.
Mm-hmm.
The metal man has a heart. Somehow, some way, there's a beating heart inside of all of that stuff.
I like the shade too.
Sorry, you both were talking at the same
Sorry.
time.
I knew it would be awkward, but I was like, I don't know, this is perfect. I can't see any other reason not to hug Rune.
Oh, that's adorable. And what were you
It
saying,
was
Quinker?
I like the Shay and Darius scenes as well, but I like the Shay and Rune scene too.
Mm.
Yeah, I did love he tries to give her a coin and she gives it back. I thought that was great.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of good interpersonal moments.
I think a lot of
but
them revolved around Shay based on everything that everybody's saying.
mm, good point.
Unless you had some other hats to throw in the ring.
Well, for me personally, by basis of the fact that our LT Gray has not actually had any bonus experience,
I haven't gotten any bonuses.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to vote for the probability and future context. You owe me a hot tub scene. You owe me a hot tub scene.
Hey.
So I'm giving it to River for my
Okay.
vote.
Okay. What you think,
You know, I'll
Raven?
change mine over to River too.
Hey. Okay. Okay.
I'm good with River.
Okay. That's majority then.
Yay, I finally have an extra point. It's been 8 sessions.
Oh no.
Poor River.
But yeah, there was a lot of really good moments.
Really, yeah, that's a lot of good moments today. That's for sure.
Holy shit. My heart. Okay, yeah, the one with Rune and Shay. It wasn't awkward, but my heart was racing like a motherfucker.
Sorry.
It was cute. That's what I'm saying. I was like, oh no, I really like this. This is so cute. I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people that just like gets like so involved in the, like a scene or a character that I'm just like actively feeling whatever emotion they're feeling. I'm like,
Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it so much.
lots of bleed.
I was stunned to find out that the metal man actually has a heart.
Yeah, he does. He does.
You know that whole pulls vial of blood out from his chest thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing sustains his heartbeat, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, basically.
Viewers, please vote for your audience favorite. Doesn't matter why. I don't have any votes in here yet.
Doesn't matter who. Just vote.
For favorite line though.
Favorite line though.
I gotta-
I'm gonna give my vote to Darius for. I thought platinum was too gaudier.
Too
Whatever
gauche.
he
That was
said.
mine
Too
too,
gauche.
yes.
I thought platinum was too gauche.
God. Yeah, that was my vote as well. I even marked it in my notes because I was just like, God damn it, that's too good.
All right. All right.
Rengar actually has most of the best lines this time around.
Yeah. Yeah,
Then,
I'll vote for that one too.
all right. What you think, Kinwin or Shay? What do y'all think about a best
Yeah.
line?
I'm good with Darius.
Darius? All right.
Yeah, Darius.
All right, Darius. Platinum is too gauche. I need to start like saving these best lines as like quotes for in Streamlabs because then you guys could exclamation point quote and a random one would pop up.
That would be awesome.
Yes.
Was I wrong though?
Platinum is too gauche. You were basically sitting next to a platinum kobold.
Yes.
But yes, thank you guys so much. Please feel free to vote. We have one vote for Vanya so far, and the poll will be in closing up relatively soon. But yeah, how do you guys feel about the session?
Loved
This
it.
one was
Right?
I'm still having a blast.
Oh, good. That's the whole point. Is to have fun. So if you're not having
Again.
fun, you need to tell me because then I can fix it.
lots of really good interpersonal moments between all the characters.
That's kind of what travel episodes are kind of for, in my opinion. That I don't really want to get into the minutia of you guys having to like constantly be battling monsters or anything like that. I want more of the interpersonal stuff to really go on when it comes to travel, the elongated travel, because yes, it's going to happen over the course of a couple of days because you're traveling halfway across the world from where you were, so more or less, and so it's one of those instances where I want to see I love to see the interpersonal moments, and that's what I want out of, travel scenes. Because then when it gets intense, it feels intense because you're like, oh, character has, character likes this other character. What's gonna happen? Why is what? I as a storyteller, I like to get you in the feels, and I will.
Yes, you do.
Speaking of characters liking other characters, I have 3 ships at the moment. And all of them involve Shay.
Oh no. Okay, I have to know, what are the 3?
Give it to us. Give it to us.
Shay and River, Shay and Darius, and Shay and Rune. Those are my ships at the moment.
To be fair, Darkwolf also ships a lot of different things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to be fair, Lagan, outside of a few moments with Shay and, well, having spent as much time as he has with Darius, still isn't coming out of his shell. He's still not sure how much he can trust any of you.
Fair enough. But yes, leave it to Darkwolf to create all the ships.
Yes.
Even the ships that don't sail.
Look, I need ideas for my art, okay? And ships are very easy to draw.
I second that. I second that.
You've also got a 4th one, because there is one with Lagan and Shay as well.
I see that as more kind of like father-daughterly, though. I don't see that as a ship.
It's more of like a big brother than and little sister.
So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call that a ship, but but everybody's every character seems to like Shay to a degree, so it's fine.
Shay is the glue of the party.
Oh,
Shay is the lucky 2R7, okay?
And Pale's getting all embarrassed.
You're making me blush. Stop it.
That's because we love you, Pale.
And here I am. I'm like doodling monsters over here.
Hey, doodle monsters. It's fine.
You're in the right place for that.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes. But yes, the audience vote is still going, so you guys can still exclamation point vote for your favorite. You got 18 seconds. So get in on it. Get it.
Santos says run away.
Well, run away from Darkwolf's ships, I think is what he was meaning.
I have no context for this. I just have run away.
Yes.
Right.
Run away
I
from
was
all
I was
the
gonna
ships.
say the ships with Shay. I'm like, don't put that kind of pressure on me. Maybe I just want to be friends.
That's fine. This is just what I imagine's going on in the background.
I'm not against romance, but I am not picking favorites. I am here to bolster everyone.
Yes.
Vanya got.
Vanya got the audience vote.
Yeah.
Because the only vote was Thantos. Thank you, Thantos, for your vote.
I don't know why, but you know,
But you know what?
Vanya has got the majority of those.
I know it's odd.
Because it's
Vanya is
typically only
cool.
one person voting.
So usually it's Radagast.
Well, then, I don't know the Radagast is here today, but
Oh, he's not.
yeah,
I think he's in Derek's stream.
yeah, possibly.
He's either in Derek's or Mother's.
But
One of the two.
with all of that said,
Maybe Fox.
did anybody ding a level?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Okay.
Nope.
Well, then now we're gonna go consider who we're going to raid. My first thought was Derek. Does anyone have a different recommendation?
Hero Zone is currently painting Tiamat.
Ooh, painting Tiamat. Ooh, that's. Oh, actually, Derek's playing Elden Ring. So if we want more
Yeah.
Dungeons and Dragons content, let's go check out Maddie at the Hero Zone, so that you guys can watch him as he paints some Gargantuan Tiamat. I'm excited for that because I bet that's gonna look so cool when it's done. But yeah, let's go check out Maddie for
Yeah.
the raid, and until we meet again, everyone. And I think we've actually decided on a name for this little group.
Yeah.
They are the Lucky Seven.
Lucky Seven.
Lucky Sevens or Lucky Seven, whichever tends to stick. But thank you guys all for watching, and we will meet the Lucky Seven again next week on Thursday. So say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Hey.
Good evening.
Bye.
Be well.